we are watching and waiting for Prime Minister Carney to make his way here to Rideau Hall to ask Governor General Mary Simon to dissolve Parliament. We'll set the stage ahead of that moment, from the politics to the people. It is Sunday, and we are live. As you can see, we are live from Rideau Hall this morning, where Mark Carney is expected to call a snap spring election and ask Canadians for a mandate. This just 10 days after he was sworn in as Prime Minister. The Canadian political landscape has shifted dramatically in the last few months in the wake of an ongoing trade war with the United States and direct threats from President Donald Trump. We are bringing you the show from here today ahead of our CBC News special programming, which will begin next hour. That meeting with the Governor General and the Prime Minister expected to take place at noon Eastern. Mark Carney will then hold a press conference before heading to St. John's. We also now know that he will run in the Ottawa riding of Nepean. Of course, we will also hear from all the other party leaders. Pierre Poilievre will be out even before the Prime Minister and others through this morning and into the afternoon, and we'll bring you all of their comments as they get ready to make their pitch directly to you. Joining me for this program and for the rest of the day, however long that goes, is the host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane. David, hello. Thank you for coming in early for us. Where would you say things stand? What are you thinking about on day one here?
It's remarkable now that the election call is just hours away to think about just how much things have changed in 2025, quite frankly. We have gone from an election where a invincible and inevitable Conservative supermajority seemed the absolute outcome of this election to a competitive race where, unbelievably, the public polling would suggest that the Liberals are the favorites to win this, a minority and possibly even a majority. And it's all because of that sequence of events going back to December 16th when Chrystia Freeland quit, January 6th when Justin Trudeau left, January 20th when Donald Trump got inaugurated, and March 9th when Mark Carney became the leader of the Liberal Party and then eventually the Prime Minister. And the ballot question has shifted, the mood of the country has shifted, and Mark Carney has shifted the Liberal Party's priorities in a very dramatic way, including on Friday night after a meeting with the premiers, where he moved their industrial policy and economic pitch to Canadians right into the turf that Pierre Poilievre has occupied throughout his time as leader of the Conservative Party. So it gives the Liberals a sense of momentum and opportunity going into today. It has shrunk the Conservative lead and their inevitability quite dramatically. And now we see whether Pierre Poilievre, who has been rigid in his message discipline and laser focused on giving Canadians a reason to vote out Justin Trudeau and get rid of the carbon tax, both of those are gone. What is Pierre Poilievre's pitch going to be to make him Prime Minister? What is he asking Canadians to vote for? That hasn't quite crystallized just yet as the whole political scene recalibrates.
So what are you going to be listening for in terms of what these leaders have to say today on this first day? I will say Canadians engaged in a way that I have never seen before. Generally, that starts during a campaign, but we're starting it off with Canadians, deeply anxious about things and watching what people are saying very closely.
Well, we'll start with the Liberal leader, Mark Carney, when he comes here to speak to the Governor General. I mean, his reason for wanting to do this, he's talked about it's a time to build. He's talked about moving projects forward, focusing on an economic agenda, which is a big shift from what we saw under the Trudeau Liberals. It was very much about the expansion of social programs and supports for Canadians and really focusing on sort of supply side, economics, helping people out rather than a strict growth agenda. How does he make the case that he is different? It's not just a fourth term of the Liberal government when so much of his caucus and cabinet remains the same. For Pierre Poilievre, can he capture that sort of, is there a positive message of why you should vote for the Conservatives? The voting against the Liberals, he has prosecuted that incredibly effectively for 2 years, but it's a different scenario now. And what is he going to put in the window that is a reason to vote for him? Jagmeet Singh needs to find a way into this conversation. This election really runs the risk of being a binary, polarized choice where the question a lot of people are asking themselves is, who is the Prime Minister to deal with the President? And that's a tough spot for the NDP to be in and a tough spot for the Bloc Québécois to be in because, they can never hold power. They can hold the balance of power. But increasingly, we're seeing numbers out of Quebec that show people moving to the Liberals in that. So how did the Bloc and how did the NDP fight for the space that Carney is vacating as he moves to the center, and how do the Conservatives stop the Carney surge in week one and get back on top of the political agenda?
Vacating some of that space, because we saw in recent days that the Prime Minister committed again to another pharmacare deal. He again expanded just yesterday, promised to expand even more the dental care program. So quite consciously putting the squeeze also on the NDP, while, as you say, sort of opening up the center-right flank for people who might be interested in the economic messages.
Yeah, and you know, the NDP are you know, Justin Trudeau very much moved the party to the left and trampled into a lot of their space. Carney is moving it back. That's where the NDP are hoping to go. The other challenge that, you know, the expansion of things like dental and pharmacare creates is that Pierre Poilievre has promised to reduce the deficit, balance the budget, create a dollar-for-dollar policy that for every new dollar spending, you need to find a dollar of cuts. Yeah. By locking these programs in more and more places for more and more Canadians, it creates it's no longer a hypothetical program for Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney is going to have to explain how he's going to keep the Justin Trudeau social programs, do his tax cut, and do his economic expansion, and somehow reduce the deficit while dealing with a trade war. Pierre Poilievre faces that same question, because when you're fighting for that middle where the economic and fiscal health of the country are very much priorities for a lot of those voters, those details will matter over the course of the campaign.
David, thank you so much for that. You can go inside, you can stay here, whatever you prefer. Host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane, will be with us all morning and into the special, of course. Throughout the campaign, we're going to be checking in with a new RBL election panel. Each week, we're going to hear from a group of former MPs about the issues at play, the stakes, what they're hearing from their parties, their friends, their colleagues. This week, I'm joined by Sean Fraser. He's the former Liberal cabinet minister out in Nova Scotia. Candice Bergen served as the Conservative Party interim leader and former leader of the opposition. And Nathan Cullen is a former NDP MP and also a former NDP MLA in BC. Good to see everyone this morning. Thanks for doing this.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us.
Sean, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask all of you this, but what do you think is at stake for your party, Sean Fraser?
Well, look, against all odds, given where the polls were sitting just really a few weeks ago, certainly months ago, there's a chance to form government, to approach this relationship with the United States in a way that's going to preserve jobs in our communities. We would do well to remember that what's at stake really in this contest is not the well-being of the Liberal Party of Canada, but the well-being of the people who live in our communities. I've got a Michelin plant that feeds hundreds of families just 15 minutes from where I'm sitting today. They sell 70% of their tires into the American marketplace. We need a government who's going to stand up to the United States to protect the interests of families who live in communities right across our country, and the magnitude of the challenge could not be greater.
Candice Bergen, how about you? What do you think Conservatives are thinking in terms of the stakes here, given that there was such a significant lead and now things have tightened up, making it look like a real race between the Conservatives and the Liberals?
Well, it definitely has been a shift, and as Conservatives, we're used to having to fight. So we're going to have to bring out all of our resources and definitely fight for this election. But it's funny, when you asked the question, I thought the same thing that Sean just articulated. This really isn't about a political party. It's about what's best for Canadians and what is at stake for Canadians. Will they have a government that will change the way things have been done over the last 10 years, which is what's gotten us in this vulnerable position? Let's get pipelines built. Let's get infrastructure built. Let's change the way we've been doing things so that we can respond to the tariff threat and really never be in this position again. But I agree with Sean. It's really about Canadians and what's going to happen to them.
I'll come back to you, Candice, on that issue of change, because, of course, there has been a change in the Liberal Party, and whether it's enough of a change or how that is pitched to Canadians, we'll see. But I'll ask Nathan Cullen, too, what you think is at stake, because the NDP and the polling is really not looking great, and they have been, as David said, Nathan, having a hard time getting into the conversation.
Yes, we know during elections for the opposition parties, and particularly for the NDP, attention grows during the 35, 45 days. First of all, good morning, Rosie and Sean and Candice. Nice to hear your voices again.
Hi, Nathan.
Hi, Candice. This is so exciting. I mean, it's can I say it's terrifying and exciting at the same time? Terrifying in the threats that Canada faces. And as Candice and Sean have said, the terms of this election seem different Every election is important. Every election is critical, of course. But this one has so much on the line. For the NDP and for Jagmeet Singh, this is obviously an essential one, staying relevant in the conversation. Balance of power that David talked about earlier in terms of whether it's a minority parliament or Canadians are looking for parties that are very focused on them, and particularly the programs that the NDP has been able to deliver, pharmacare in particular, dental care, and that's millions and millions of Canadians. Will they be able to associate that back to the NDP in their efforts with this government to make those a reality? If Mr. Singh can make that argument and tie that knot together, then they have a real chance of having that relevance that David and you talked about, and that will be critical for the NDP for sure.
So let's go back to you, Sean Fraser. Obviously, the change in leadership is partly what has shifted the polls, the fact that Mark Carney is now the Prime Minister. But it's also, I think, about what he's saying. What do you think it is about what the Prime Minister is pitching to Canadians that is resonating differently than before he was Prime Minister?
Well, look, it seems to me, with the conversations I've had with neighbors who are casual observers of politics, is that he's somebody who's built for the precise kind of change that the economy is facing. Having served as the governor of the Bank of Canada during the global financial crisis, having been invited as the first Canadian national or national of any state other than the United Kingdom to come and lead the Bank of England to deal with some of the fallout of the Brexit economic crisis, has really positioned him well to use his immense expertise in all matters of the economy to stand up to the kind of economic threat that our communities are facing today. He's somebody who is on even keel, though certainly a leadership change was part of it. A leadership change to Mark Carney specifically has opened the door for conversations that previously weren't being entertained. People seem engaged with his expertise, his demeanor as someone who is serious and solution-oriented, looking to strengthen the outside option with other trading partners, comes across as making good sense to a lot of people who live in communities like mine.
So, Candice Bergen, that goes back to what we were talking about there. The Conservatives, very successfully litigated why Justin Trudeau shouldn't be Prime Minister anymore, and now they're faced with another Prime Minister. So, obviously, the conversation has shifted, but they are still trying to make this about a change election. How do you do that when the guy at the top, the leader, is different and has different ideas than the previous leader?
Well, his ideas pretty well are all Pierre Poilievre's ideas. I find that kind of funny to watch him use those ideas. And then I'm sure Nathan would say, and Jagmeet Singh's ideas. So here's where I agree, he's got an impressive resume, obviously, but here's the challenge with that. He has said a lot of things. He's even written a book about his values, Mark Carney has, over the last number of years. And so he's not going to be able to escape that. The things that he has said and really pushed ahead as an advisor to the Liberal government, shutting down the oil sands, the net zero agenda, all of that. And then add to it, the Conservatives are definitely not going to let him get away with the fact that he's made a lot of money off of doing things outside of Canada that he said shouldn't be done in Canada. So, my point is, sure, he is a different face. Yes, he has a very different demeanor than Justin Trudeau, but he's going to have trouble. And the fact, I didn't know he's promised he's going to keep pharmacare, he's going to keep the dental plan, he's going to get balance the budget, and he's going to not allow pipelines to be built because he's already announced a production cap. So this is where the campaign will matter and where Mark Carney will see two things, whether he has the experience to do it and whether Canadians believe it.
I'll just fact check two things if I can. He has not promised to balance the budget, and he has not said he won't build pipelines. He has said he will. I understand the production, the emissions cap might be interpreted by the oil industry as that, but that is what he has said. So just so that people understand, because I do think it's important.
But he did say he would be financially responsible. So that's really all I meant. And I agree. He didn't say that yet, but he did say he would do things differently than Trudeau did. So that's my point. But I hear you.
For sure.
Thank you.
Nathan Cullen, the fact that Mr. Carney that Prime Minister Carney has kept dental care, he's moved to a promise to expand it yesterday. He signed another pharmacare deal. He is sending a message to progressives that his approach to the economy is one thing, but he still likes some of those things that the Liberals managed to do because of the NDP, sure, but they managed to do them anyway. So how does the NDP handle that then?
Well, I think taking the appropriate credit, because if it were not, one imagines the scenario, if this had been a majority Liberal government, it was clear after many years of governing that the Liberals weren't going to do these kinds of things. This gave the NDP an opportunity with 24, 25 seats to be able to exert enough influence to do something good. And aside from the parties and the polls and which leaders where, there are millions of Canadians that are now getting pharmacare, that are now getting dental care access, which can, as you know, Rosie, can be life-changing kind of things. And also, by the way, help our economy because people aren't being sick. So I think that's the argument for the NDP. I would say the challenge for the Conservatives as well is they've dumped a lot of money and time making sure people knew and did not like Justin Trudeau. And I just went through an election in BC where that was very obvious to even us, unassociated to his party. That's gone. That card has been played and now it's moved on. So that's a challenge. But I would say to Sean that a lot of people still don't know Mark Carney, and they're about to because of the exposure that's happening. I like Mark. He's a very nice guy. I'm not sure that an untested person on the campaign trail, as you know, can be incredibly vigorous. This is going to have a lot of opportunities for people to either shine or stumble because this ain't easy. If it were, everyone would do it. And that's going to be an interesting set of factors for the next few weeks.
Listen, this election has already been a good excuse to chat with some of you, and I haven't chatted with you all in a while. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll talk to you throughout the campaign. Sean Fraser, Candice Bergen, Nathan Cullen, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, pleasure as always.
Thanks, guys. See you soon. Up next, we'll get the latest numbers from our CBC poll tracker with Eric Grenier. But first, here's a look at what this election means for you, the voters. We'll be right back.
What matters to me in this election is our identity as Canadians and to preserve it.
What matters to me in the next election is to take care of our sovereignty of Canada against the American.
An issue that's important to me for the upcoming federal elections is the impact of tariffs or the threats from down south.
What matters to me most in this election is to deal with the upcoming problems with our neighbors, United States.
What matters to me in that election is finding the right answer to President Trump.
My name is Bruce Fitzsimmons, and I'm a Montrealer. The next Prime Minister of Canada, he needs to be able to figure out how to deal with Donald Trump.
My name is June Rowe. I live here in Toronto. We need a stronger Prime Minister, don't we? So I'd like to see someone who's prepared to take a stand. Now we have Trump south of the border.
I think the next Prime Minister should stand up for Canadians and support Canadian businesses.
The next Prime Minister of Canada needs to reassure Canadians that we will be all right and make sure we will be all right.
Some Canadians there on how the next Prime Minister should deal with the Trump administration. The election shaping up to be a tight race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. So what does the latest polling data show us? Joining us now, Eric Grenier. He's a polls and elections analyst. He's the founder of the RIT.ca. And thankfully, he's also in charge of the CBC's poll tracker for us through this election again. Eric, good to see you. Where does the race stand right now between the Liberals and the Conservatives? Give us a sense of things.
Well, nationally in the polls, it is a very, very tight race. And, we've been talking about it all morning. The Conservatives started the year with about a 25-point lead over the Conservatives. And now the Liberals are in the lead in our poll tracker. Now, it isn't a very big lead. We give right now the Liberals about 37.5% support. The Conservatives are trailing with about 37%. The New Democrats have fallen back quite far, and they're now at about 12%, and there's 6% for the Bloc, 4 for the Greens, and 2 for the People's Party. So nationally, when we do look at those polls, it is a very tight race, and it's just been a tremendous few weeks of movement in the polls, the kind of thing we really haven't seen in 30 or 40 years ahead of a federal election.
Yeah. I was going to say, I've certainly never seen that kind of volatility. Is it about Donald Trump? Is it about the change in Liberal leadership? How do we explain it?
I do think for the amount of movement that we've seen in the polls, it has to be a number of factors. One is that Justin Trudeau resigned. Another is that Donald Trump has really shaken up Canadian public opinion, and in ways that aren't just related to politics, right? We've seen reduced levels of travel to the United States, and buying behavior has changed. So that has had a big impact, but also Mark Carney. We did see in the run-up to his victory in the Liberal leadership race that when he was tested as leader, he did give the party a boost versus where it was at the time. So I think it is a confluence of those factors that have contributed to this. And yeah, it is just a remarkable shift, and the kind of thing that it just reminds us that when the polls can move this much in 5-6 weeks, we got another 5 weeks to go, polls can move a lot again.
Yeah. That's right. And with, as I've been talking about, a level of engagement from Canadians that I have never seen before heading into an election, during an election maybe, but starting even on day one. Give us a sense of the seat projection then with the poll tracker, Eric.
Yeah, that's where we really need to understand how the regional numbers break down, because it is a close race nationwide, but in terms of seats, it's actually not that close. So right now in the seat projection, we are giving the Liberals 174 seats, which is just over the threshold for majority government. So it is more or less a coin toss whether the Liberals would be able to win that majority if the election were held today. The Conservatives are now at 134 seats in the projection, so would pick up a few. The Bloc would drop a few down to 26. The NDP would drop a lot down to 7, and the Greens still look like they could hold their 2 seats. But it is just a reminder how the vote efficiency for the Liberals is a factor in this election campaign. Yeah. As we saw in the last 2, the Conservatives had more of the vote, they had fewer of the seats. So if the Liberals can maintain even this neck-and-neck race nationwide, Mark Carney would still be the favorite to be re-elected and continue as Prime Minister.
Eric Grenier, I'm always grateful for you, but particularly during elections. We'll have you back during this special, and we'll talk again on this show, too. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. It's Eric Grenier. As you just heard from Eric, the polls really different than they were, of course, a few months ago. And choosing who to vote for is on the minds of many of you, including my next guest, Charles Campbell. Charles joins me from Whitby, Ontario this morning. Charles, good morning to you.
Good morning, Rosie. Thanks for having me.
Oh my gosh, so glad you're here. It is hard to find undecided voters, but you are calling yourself that in spite of the fact that you've previously voted for the Conservative Party. Why are you not sure this time around? Haven't made up your mind yet?
Well, great question. It's a unique position that we find ourselves in as Canadians because Mark Carney kind of represents a Liberal candidate with less left-leaning or social-based policies. And he's kind of engaging with a more moderate right perspective. So, for example, the most recent thing that he did was the removal of the capital gains tax, also the GST home break for homes $1 million or less. So when I started to see those policies, I started to feel more like this may be someone that is not conservative, but conservative light, and is perfect for the position that we find ourselves in today in Canada.
What are the issues that you're thinking about, Charles, right now, as you over the next 5 weeks that you're going to be thinking about? What is the thing that is, getting you to reflect on how you're going to vote?
A plan for Canada moving forward in its economy, as well as speaking about the ways how we can ensure sovereignty of our country. I know that, back in the day, one of the bigger issues was the Keystone Pipeline and some other some issues that tend to deal with oil and gas and things of that nature. That tends to be a more polarizing topic in our country. But given the way how America has carried themselves in the last little while, there has to be not just a level of strength shown, but a plan put forward to say, how will we make sure that this won't be the last election our country sees?
Oh my gosh. So it is really about Donald Trump for you and the threats from the president.
Definitely plays a role, strong role. I would say 70%.
Yeah. What do you want to hear from party leaders? How could they convince you, whether it's Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, or someone else? What kind of pitches should they be making?
So for me, I feel if I was to look at it from the conservative perspective, Pierre needs to look more prime ministerial. I think in the past few weeks when I've watched At Issue, one thing that stood out to me was everyone kept saying that Pierre's not looking prime ministerial. He's not looking prime ministerial, but no one gave no real reasons why. I know the slogans is an easy thing, but I wonder if deep down as a Canadian, there's a part of me that's scared that Pierre would give in to Donald Trump. So I guess I just want that trust to be shown a bit more. And then for Mark, I think Mark just needs to find the confidence Prime Minister Carney needs to find the confidence to distance himself from Justin Trudeau.
Right. I like that you call them by their first names. I can't, but you should. You're going to be choosing the next prime minister, so whatever you're comfortable with. What do you think? When do you think you'll make up your mind? Like, are you going to? It'll be after the debate, as you walk into the ballot booth. How are you going to make this decision, Charles?
I'm going to wait for the debates. I think the debates, it puts the leaders on their feet. And obviously I know, and this is one thing I was going to also say, is that I don't expect Prime Minister Carney to be the best debater, because he is coming from the corporate private world. So I have a different spectrum for which I'm looking at him from. But I am expecting a plan. I'm expecting a way for him to look and listen, but then provide a strategy for us moving forward. That's beyond the scope of what was already in place. So that's really what I'm looking for.
Okay. Well, you are very engaged. You're a very informed voter. So we're going to come back to you over the course of the campaign, Charles, and see whether you've made up your mind, if that's okay.
Of course. I'd love that. Thanks for having me, Rosie.
Thanks, Charles Campbell. Thanks for watching At Issue so much, too. I appreciate that. Charles was one of the many people who sent us an email. He sent us an email after a call out on At Issue. It's going to be a busy election. We do want to hear from you, Canadians of all political stripes, from coast to coast to coast. Or if you're an undecided voter, please send us a message, ask@cbc.ca. We want to make sure we are covering the things that matter to you and talking about the issues and asking the right questions to the leaders, too. So please reach out, be in touch. Donald Trump hasn't shied away from weighing in on the federal election and the influence he has had over it.
Just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage, actually.
So how will Trump play into this race? Our Sunday Scrum is standing by. You're watching Rosemary Barton live from Rideau Hall. It's Election Call Day. We'll be right back.
Canadians are going to decide who their next government is going to be. I trust Canadians to make those decisions.
And the question in the next election will be further, can Canada afford a fourth term of the Liberals, led by Mark Carney, who working with Trudeau?
If you want someone in Ottawa that's going to fight for you and your family, that's us. That's New Democrats.
Federal party leaders getting ready for a spring snap election, sharpening their attacks on one another and, of course, their pitch to you, to Canadians. So where do the parties stand in this race? How is that Trump factor affecting their campaigns? We are here outside Rideau Hall waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive and make this election happen. But let's bring in our Sunday scrum first. Catherine Levesque is a parliamentary reporter for the National Post, and she's in Montreal. Brett Forrester is a reporter with CBC Indigenous. He's in Ottawa. And Gary Mason, a columnist with the Globe and Mail in Vancouver. Nice to see you all. I will admit, I do love an election, so I am feeling quite excited about the next number of weeks. Also because it's a race. Like, it is not a foregone conclusion how this is going to end. Maybe I'll start with you, Catherine, in terms of where you think we are on day one of this compared to where we were just 3 months ago.
Oh, everything has changed, really. I mean, in the last 18 months, we kind of took for granted that the Conservatives were going to win, that they were going to win a majority. And I think they were also telling themselves that. And what we saw in the last few months is, well, first of all, we have a new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Justin Trudeau is gone. The carbon tax for consumers is gone, capital gains tax. So there's a number of things that have changed. On top of that, there's Donald Trump, threatening us with tariffs, more tariffs rather, and, degrading us every day. So the Canadians' mood have changed. And frankly, I think, people's minds are elsewhere. They want someone who's going to unite the country, who's going to fight for them. And so I think that's why, we're seeing all these different factors really putting us in a really tight race. Really, when we look at the polls, things have changed completely in the last few weeks. Liberals and Conservatives are neck to neck, and I think we'll actually have a real fight this time.
Yeah, I mean, Brett, this is one of these campaigns always matter, but sometimes not as much. And this one, the campaign will matter. It will, and that's part of the reason why the Liberals wanted it short, right? To mitigate risk and reduce risk for an untested politician and leader. What are you going to watch for in these next number of weeks?
Absolutely. I was just going to say that campaigns matter. And 3 months ago, it looked like the campaign would not matter. It looked like the Conservatives were on cruise control towards victory, and now, as Catherine pointed out, everything has changed. Obviously, Trump is the main issue on the ballot box, but I hope it's not I hope Trump and his bellicose threats against Canada are not the only issue on the ballot box. There's reason to believe as well that this polling bump for the Liberals may not be totally secure. Sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. I know for Indigenous people that's been the story now, where First Nations leaders who are prone to criticize the Liberal government are now suddenly looking for ways they can contribute to the tariff trade war effort. So from that perspective, we haven't heard a lot about issues outside the trade war. So we haven't heard a lot about Indigenous issues and reconciliation, for example. So I think the platforms are going to play a big role when they do finally come out and we get to see what these parties are actually pitching on a technical level. And as we heard from Charles, the undecided voter, the debate's really going to matter. We have Carney, an untested, unproven, unelected politician. He's going to face more scrutiny from the media than he did when he was a corporate CEO and public servant, where he got some relatively easy treatment. And for Pierre Poilievre, he needs to pivot away from this Canada is broken messaging and try to give people something to vote for rather than against. It's been a bit of a slow turn for him, but he's starting to pick up speed now, and this conservative messaging machine is really starting to drill down and target Mark Carney. So it's going to be very interesting, especially in that debate.
Yeah, now their slogan is Canada First, of course, and they're trying to pivot towards how a Conservative government would build the country in order to take on Donald Trump. But Gary, it is hard when you've spent 18 months saying something different and presuming that you're going to be fighting someone different, and now have to pivot dramatically, Gary. And I think that has been an ongoing challenge for the Conservatives. And Brett's right; they're moving probably in a different direction, but not sure if they've secured really what their strategy is yet here.
Yeah, you can tell that that Pierre Poilievre is struggling a little bit with his messaging. I think that clearly, as my colleagues have said, they've been throwing off, they've been thrown off track here. It was so funny when Poilievre announced that he was going to drop the tax on industrial emissions, so they were able to use their axe the tax signs. I thought that was quite funny. But it's interesting, Rosie. There's going to be so many factors that we don't even know about, like that are going to arise that will maybe have an impact, big or small, on this campaign. For instance, Mark Carney is not just fighting Donald Trump. He has internal forces in Canada that he's up against as well. It came out yesterday that Danielle Smith gave an interview with Brett Bart down in the United States, in which she basically admitted that she told Trump officials that the tariff talk was hurting the Conservatives, and if they could only pause that talk until after the election, there was a better chance that Pierre Poilievre would get elected. I don't know how that's going to play. It might play well in Alberta, but I don't think that kind of talk and that kind of strategy is going to play well in the rest of the country. So these sorts of things come up. You don't expect them, and they could have, as I say, impacts on the campaign, big and small.
For sure. And Kathleen, that I'm sure Pierre Poilievre will get asked about those comments, which I am also sure he will not appreciate in terms of welcoming them at this moment. What do you make of how Pierre Poilievre has been trying to frame Mark Carney and the Liberals, and whether you see any potential success there? I mean, as we've been saying, lots can change over a campaign, but...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, what we've been hearing this week, everything has changed inside the Conservative war room. I mean, just a few days ago, what we were told is that Pierre Poilievre and his close entourage, where they were kind of in bunker mode, right, and not really listening to anything. And I think, some people close to them actually got through, and so they've been really trying to pivot and, trying to talk a little bit more about Trump. But look, the Conservatives, they are, Pierre Poilievre and his campaign director, Jenny Byrne, are convinced that the next election is about cost of living. I mean, that is what they're going with. They're also trying to attack Mark Carney, painting him as an elite, which he is, painting him as, a millionaire, which he is also, we suppose. And so, but I don't know if Canadians will care about that. Let's be honest. I mean, there are millionaires and billionaires, control the United States right now. But so I think it'll be interesting to see Pierre Poilievre questioned every day, right? Because, he's a campaign election is a pressure cooker, right? So he'll want to talk about cost of living and affordability, but all the questions will be about Trump. And so, I don't think that's necessarily to his advantage. So I do see some difficulties, certainly for the Conservatives moving forward. The other thing I will also point out is I don't think we've seen a lot of Pierre Poilievre's team. Certainly, I think what Canadians want to see is who's going to be fighting against Trump. Who's going to be the foreign affairs minister? Who's going to be the finance minister? We haven't heard these people from Pierre Poilievre's team, so I think he'll also have to address that at some point.
Yeah, his wife is with him often, but he doesn't often have sort of anyone else that would fill out a cabinet. And I agree. At some point, you have to start presenting that as well, and also just so that you make sure people get elected, highlight them and give them some spotlight and some room there. And Brett, the fact that the NDP is doing so poorly and the Bloc too, generally the NDP has to do better than it is now in order for the Conservatives to do well in terms of how the vote splitting goes. But what does that tell you, that they are also struggling here?
Well, I think it shows that the rug's been pulled out from under them as well. The NDP felt like they were poised to form government in 2015 for the first time ever, but they haven't ever formed government federally. So if people are judging the candidates based on who they want to become prime minister, that's going to be a challenge for Jagmeet Singh to overcome. There are some serious risks we've seen as well, with Poilievre sort of laying a lot of groundwork against the NDP in BC, for instance, where we saw the upstart BC Conservatives nearly steal the election from the provincial NDP. I know those are two different entities, but those policies, those pitches to voters may still be resonating. So there's some risk there as this big fundraising conservative machine threatens to bulldoze over Jagmeet Singh. At the same time, there's some opportunity. As Carney moves more to the right, there's an opportunity for Singh to make that pitch that the NDP is the only true option for progressive voters, that the Liberals have no true ideology and they're only concerned with holding on to power. He's already, Singh that is, already latched on to some of these changes. There's no Labour minister. The Indigenous Relations portfolio has been collapsed under the Justice portfolio. So there's some risks, there's some opportunity, but there's also going to be some big questions for Singh if he isn't able to turn it around soon.
Last word to you, Gary.
Yeah, I echo what Britt said. I mean, Jagmeet Singh, the least popular of the three major leaders, they have a smaller, accessible voter pool than they did in 2021. And according to a new Abacus poll, nearly 60% of current NDP supporters say they could switch their vote come election day. So none of those are good signs or good things for the NDP. So I think they're in big trouble heading into this election.
Okay, but it's only day one, so who knows where we'll be in 5 weeks. Thank you for being here and setting things up for all of us. Appreciate it. Catherine, Brett, and Gary, good to see you all. Have a good rest of your election call day. This is Rideau Hall in Ottawa, where Prime Minister Mark Carney will meet with Governor General Mary Simon in just over an hour's time. One of the big issues, of course, heading into this snap election, tariffs and the threat of more tariffs. Coming up, we'll talk to a Saskatchewan grain farmer about his concerns in the midst of all this. You're watching RBL.
We don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time.
A familiar message by now from Donald Trump about more tariffs. We're expecting some action from the U.S. president on April 2nd. This comes as China also hit Canada last week with its own tariffs on canola, meat, pork, and seafood. These levies and the threats of more to come are leading many Canadian farmers facing an uncertain future. And now, with a federal election about to be called, trade is set to be a key political issue of debate. For more on that, I'm joined by Clinton Monchuk. He's a fourth-generation farmer and the executive director of Farm and Food Care, Saskatchewan, and he's in Saskatoon this morning. Good morning to you, Clinton.
Good morning.
Give me a sense, first of all, about how this 100% tariff imposed by China is affecting your farm and the people that you know in terms of selling your own product.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like two kicks in the backside, really. First of all, we had the tariffs or the proposed tariffs that were coming in from President Trump south of the border. And then the news that China's going to put 100% tariffs on Canadian canola oil and canola meal. It's just a double whammy for us right now. And it's significantly decreased the bid prices right now for canola here in Western Canada. In fact, I follow the markets almost daily, and the price for canola on our farm has dropped at least $2 a bushel, which is a substantial hit for our farm. So it's really unfortunate that we're dealing with this, and we're kind of caught in some of these cross hairs with some of the geopolitical issues, and it's just unfortunate.
It is unfortunate for sure. How long can you go with this kind of instability and threat of further tariffs?
So the issue is it's not just canola, it's all our crops, right? So just the threat from Donald Trump, even though the tariffs aren't on right now, the threat that they are coming on, and they may not, and they may have, it's back and forth so much that it's actually decreased the bid prices on all our crops. So, I'm not too sure where this is going to end, but obviously we do not want this to go on any longer than it has to. And not only does it affect what we sell, it affects what we buy too. So some of those parts that we buy, the fertilizers, a lot of that comes from the United States and other countries. So just the pure threat of this has just increased our costs and decreased what we can sell things for.
Is it to the point, Clinton, and I don't want to get too pessimistic, but is it to the point where you're not sure if the farm can continue, if this is sustainable for you and your family?
I've been asked that question before. I think we can go through a period of time. I don't want to. No other farmer here in this country wants to do that. You made mention, I'm a fourth generation farmer. My great grandfather homesteaded in 1906 right across from the road from where our farm currently is. We've been through a lot in the last 120 years. I feel we can get through this, but obviously this is beyond our control. It has nothing to do with market supply and demand. It's 100% decisions made by governments in other countries. And, from a farmer's perspective here in Canada, it just has to stop.
Well, this probably isn't a short-term solution, but the idea of diversifying markets, is that a strategy that you would consider moving forward, trying to find other places to sell your products?
100%. I look at the province of Saskatchewan. In 2024, we exported $14 billion worth of agri-food products. Roughly 2/3 of that went to the United States and China, and obviously they were good trading partners, right? Especially the United States. It's one of the richest countries in the world. We want to keep on trading with them, but this has raised a lot of red flags, and you're right. We need to look at other markets wherever they are, to try and trade with, to diversify our trading risk. And I think a lot of the commodity groups, the government of Canada, everybody realizes that we have to do this moving forward because we just can't rely so heavily on a couple markets.
How much of all of this, Clinton, is going to factor into what you're thinking about during the election and how you decide who you want to vote for?
You know, I was listening to your previous guests, and obviously tariffs is a huge issue amongst Canadians right now, and I think it will factor into all of our decisions as we go forward. That being said, I've met the people who negotiate on behalf of Canada in Ottawa. They are very intelligent, smart, some of the best negotiators in the world. I have utmost faith that they can figure this out and come to a solution that is beneficial for all of Canadians and farmers.
Okay. Clinton Monchuk, thank you for speaking with us. And I know it's a stressful time, but it is important to talk to the people who are dealing with all this. Nice to meet you, and thanks for coming on the program this morning.
Thank you very much for having me, Rosemary.
Clinton Monchuk from Saskatoon. Our CBC News special programming is going to start at the top of the hour. Mark Carney will meet with the Governor General at noon Eastern and ask her to dissolve Parliament. We will hear from Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, at around 11:30 Eastern, and we'll hear from all the people there on your screen making their pitch to you about why they want your vote. Canada Votes election begins. Special starts in just moments. David Cochran will be back with me, as well as our reporters and other analysts, including Eric Grenier, Aaron Weary, and of course At Issue. All of that coming at you in just a few moments' time. I'm Rosemary Barton. That's it for RBL. Our special coverage of the federal election call, though, begins in just moments.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Betrayed, angry, disgusted.
It's a really, really scary time.
A lot of anxiety, there's no question about that.
The fear, anger, and uncertainty is undeniable.
I fear that we are heading into a depression. I think this is the first time in my life that I've actually been concerned about the prices.
Canada is at a crossroads, locked in a trade war, with Canadian factories, farms, and families stuck in the middle.
Mexico and Canada charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair.
What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
The next leader of this country will face enormous challenges, taking on Trump, navigating Canada's place in an upended world, protecting jobs, industry, our way of life.
Who's ready?
Are there any patriots in the room who are ready to put Canada first?
We want to show muscles, but sometimes it's not the best thing to do.
We've shown you before that we can fight for you and deliver, and we can show you that again.
Today, the pitch for your vote begins. As an election campaign kicks off, it's your choice, Canada. We are here with everything you need to know to make your mark. Canada Votes starts right now. This is Rideau Hall, where today the Prime Minister will arrive for a meeting with the Governor General in just moments, triggering an early election. Welcome. I am Rosemary Barton here just outside Rideau Hall as we wait for that moment to arrive. A 36-day election campaign at a critical moment in Canada's history, where those leaders that you just saw there are going to be making pitches for your vote, whether it be about Donald Trump or other issues that matter to you. We've got CBC reporters, of course, standing by at each of the main party campaign launches. We're going to check in with them as they are available. There they are. And of course, here with me, as always, David Cochran, the host of Power and Politics, just outside Rideau Hall, as we wait for the Prime Minister for this to kick off. In fact, it's going to kick off before then. It has kicked off for many days. Yeah. And Pierre Poilievre is going to be kicking off at 11:30. He's not even waiting for the official word. What are you going to be watching for today in a race where it is an actual race? Anything could happen. This campaign is going to matter a whole lot for Canadians.
Well, I'm curious to see what the Conservative leader, Mr. Poilievre, is going to do as he sort of gets out to sort of preempt the Liberal leader, Mark Carney, a little bit in advance in terms of how he is going to try to frame this election, knowing that all the eyeballs and stuff will be on, televisions across the country, waiting for Mark Carney to make his visit to Rideau Hall. How does Pierre Poilievre frame this? It has been about sort of the three-word slogan strung together, the main one being axe the tax. Yeah. Everybody is going to do that now, so that issue has been removed, in terms of his pitch to Canadian voters. And, in many ways, Pierre Poilievre was almost too successful in his prosecution of the Liberal government because he was focused so heavily on giving Canadians a reason to vote against Justice Trudeau. And it worked so well, the Liberal caucus got on board and helped force this change in leadership in the Liberal Party, with the former Deputy Prime Minister and everyone, leading to this seismic shift in the political reality of the election as it gets to start today. I mean, Pierre Poilievre was going to defeat Justin Trudeau, all the polls told us, and have a historic, inevitable, invincible majority. And now today, as Mark Carney gets ready to go into that building behind us, Rosie, he goes in there as probably the front runner to win this election. A lot can change in the next 36, 37 days up until April 28th. But we are in a far more competitive environment. The Liberals who were polling at extinction levels around the Christmas holidays are now polling, in some cases, at majority levels. Yeah. As we get ready, to move into April. So it's been a remarkable shift with the resignation of the Prime Minister, the election of Mark Carney by the Liberals, and the ascendancy of U.S. President Donald Trump as the main character in Canadian politics right now. He is driving the narrative. Everyone's responding to it, and it has given voters a whole new perspective as they outline their priorities for this campaign.
Okay, David, we'll be back with you, of course, through the special. I want to give people a sense of where things stand for each party, and we will start with the Liberals and where things stand for Mark Carney in 45 seconds. Take a look.
Liberals, please welcome our final candidate, Mark Carney.
The Liberals found their leader in Mark Carney. After 3 terms in power, the party was tumbling in polls, losing by-elections in strongholds until Justin Trudeau resigned.
I cannot be
the best option in that election.
Mr. Mark Carney!
Now the former central banker hopes to give Liberals a fresh start with voters.
You're running as an outsider.
I am an outsider.
The Liberal brand has also been boosted by being the government that faces down Donald Trump's threats.
This is no time for politics as usual.
But Carney is a political novice, and a federal election is a trial by fire. Gives you a sense of what is at stake for the Liberal leader and the Liberal Party as we head into this election. Ashley Burke will be covering the Liberals for this first week, and she's here at Rideau Hall. Ashley, what are you hearing? What are you watching for today?
Well, Rosie, I'm just outside the front door. We're waiting for Mark Carney to show up after church service. And, you know, we were here just over a week ago when he was sworn in as Prime Minister. Now he's expected to ask the Governor General to dissolve Parliament, call an election, and that just shows you the pace of how quickly everything's moving right now. Sources say that this will be a 5-week campaign, so that's the shortest that you can have under Canadian law. And this is happening at a time where, as you both mentioned, there's a trade war, but also the Liberals want to build on the momentum they have right now. For the first time in 3 years, they are leading in the polls in what's looking like a very tight race right now. That happened after Justin Trudeau resigned, Donald Trump threatened Canada, and as well, Mark Carney took over. And as you both mentioned, it's looking like there's a possibility if there's an election today, they could be entering majority territory. And one of the big questions that we've had is where would Mark Carney run in this election? And we found out last night he's going to be running here in Ottawa in the riding of Nepean. And that is the same riding that borders along the riding that his main opponent in this race, Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, is running in. So that will be interesting to watch unfold as they campaign. Could they be campaigning in some of the same areas at the same time? We know that after Mark Carney shows up here today and heads inside, he's going to be coming outside in the area behind us and holding a press conference. And then he's off to his first stop of this campaign. He's going to be headed to the airport to head to St. John's, Newfoundland. And that's an area, one of the provinces that, the only province actually during his leadership campaign that they didn't hit, and a place where they are neck in the polls with the Conservatives.
Okay, Ashley Burke, we will come back to you. Thank you so much for that. Ashley's going to be covering the Liberal Party in this first week of the election campaign as it kicks off. As we did, there are also stakes, of course, for the Conservative Party, a party that thought just months ago it was going to form government. Now, not so clear. Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives in 45 seconds.
Your priority, sir. Election?
Priority? Axe the tax.
Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives dominated in the polls with a consistent message and demand.
Trigger a carbon tax election now.
But then from the U.S., a political earthquake.
I would love to see Canada be the 51st state.
Polls narrowed. Poilievre's message shifted.
Are there any patriots in the room who are ready to put Canada first?
The Conservatives have lost 3 straight elections under 3 different leaders. But over his 20-plus years in office, Poilievre has shown a talent for political combat. And this election will be his biggest battle yet. Kate McKenna is at Pierre Poilievre's campaign launch in Ottawa, where we are going to hear from Pierre Poilievre in just moments. That's just outside of Ottawa, I believe. But Kate, tell me what you're hearing about how today is going to unfold for the Conservative leader.
Well, this is the day that they have been waiting for months, Rosie. And as you alluded to, they went into this months and months of very strong polling. They even felt that they could have won the 2021 election a few years ago. So this is definitely Pierre Poilievre's campaign to lose. It is kicking off in just a few minutes. There will be an announcement featuring Pierre Poilievre before even Mark Carney makes this race official. But what I'm hearing from Conservatives is that they're going to try to tie the affordability message that they've been so strong on over the past few months to the Donald Trump tariff threats, creating this Canada First message that they've been promoting over the past couple of months. And in a way, it's sort of them saying, you know, we told you this was going to happen. We told you that there wasn't enough investment in Canada. We told you that there should have been a cross-country pipeline. And they're saying that, you know, Mark Carney's announcement on Friday that he is going to fast-track permitting, that he is going to get more resource projects done. He said, well, Conservatives are telling me, well, you know, that's something we've been saying for a long time, and that's not something that the Liberals have been doing while they're in power. So they're going to be trying to tie Mark Carney to Justin Trudeau's record. They're also going to be calling it, we've heard, the lost decade of Liberal power, that, that they are truly the campaign that is the change offering, because ahead of Donald Trump's tariff threats, there was a clear message in public opinion polling that Canadians want change. They're going to be saying that they are that change. So after this news conference that they're holding in a few minutes, Pierre Poilievre is going to his riding, Carleton, where he'll be doing his campaign office launch, and then he's going to the GTA. And of course, that's a strategic decision. I've been speaking to people here, and they say, you know, it's not just now they're going to the GTA. They've been going to the GTA since he was elected leader, because many roads to a Conservative victory go through Ontario, go through the GTA, and that's where they're going to be starting with the big rally with the first rally of this campaign.
Okay, and Kate McKenna, the Conservatives not traveling with the media. They are giving us a few days heads up, so Kate McKenna will be chasing them down with that 2 or 3 days notice across the country for us this first week. Kate, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. We've been talking a little bit already about the NDP and where things stands for Jagmeet Singh. The polls showing a very, very difficult time for the NDP this time round. Here's Jagmeet Singh and the NDP in 45 seconds. For the NDP, it is a moment of truth. As Justin Trudeau's popularity was plunging, Jagmeet Singh pulled his party's support for the Liberals in Parliament.
I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement.
The NDP's role in propping up the minority government gave them leverage in their successful push for pharmacare and dental care.
We didn't take no for an answer when Liberals voted against it twice.
But recent polls show support for the NDP slipping. This is Singh's third election, his third chance to build his party's support.
The New Democrats are your choice. We've shown you before that we can fight for you and deliver, and we can show you that again.
Right now, the NDP is fighting to hold the line. So that is what is at stake for the NDP. Marina van Stackelberg joins us from the NDP's campaign launch. That's happening in downtown Ottawa. Marina, what are we hearing about how the day's going to unfold for the NDP leader?
Yeah, well, we expect Jagmeet Singh to launch his campaign here in downtown Ottawa and then head to Montreal for a rally this evening. You know, this might be the first election for Mark Carney as leader of the Liberals and for Pierre Poilievre as the leader of the Conservatives, but this is Jagmeet Singh's third election campaign. And so this could be a defining moment for the New Democrats and for Jagmeet Singh as a leader. You know, I asked him a few days ago, if you can't improve the NDP's fortunes, will you step down? And he said he's focused on this campaign right now. So where does the NDP stand? Well, they have 24 seats in the House of Commons right now. Recent polling suggests that a majority of those seats could be at risk, including Jagmeet Singh's own riding. And so we expect that the NDP will be going across the country, hitting those key areas where they have support, including Vancouver Island, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Northern Ontario, and Southwestern Ontario as well. The focus for the NDP, they say, will be that they are the people to support Canadians through a difficult economic crisis and to deal with the threat of Donald Trump and the tariff impacts on working Canadians. Now, this is what they're up against, though. They supported the Liberal minority government for more than 2 years in return for key legislation like dental care. But we heard just yesterday the Liberals announced that they plan to expand the program after this election. And so the question for the NDP is, how do they convince voters that they are still the party to vote for, to hold the government to account? They are also up against the fact that the Conservatives are trying to get into that working class vote. They are trying to pull those voters away from the New Democrats. As progressive voters, potentially, this is potentially a spot for the NDP to make gains, though. As Mark Carney moves the Liberal Party further to the right, is there an opportunity here for the New Democrats to pick up votes? They say, the NDP say today, that they are the readiest that they've ever been, the readiest they've been in a decade. They have the cash and the team with them, and they are used to being underestimated, and that right now they're ready for a fight.
Okay, and I think they're going to get one. Marina von Stackelberg, thank you. You'll be traveling with the NDP through this first week of the campaign. Appreciate that very much. The Bloc Québécois and Yves-François Blanchet find themselves also in a similar position, having a hard time staking out ground in Quebec as the threat of Donald Trump is real for people in that province as well. Here's a close look at the Bloc Québécois. Yves-François Blanchet's Bloc Québécois had momentum, seizing a Montreal riding from the Liberals in a by-election just a few months ago, on a path, some suggested, to forming the official opposition. But in what's becoming a theme, Donald Trump upended the trend.
Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Now focus is on the sovereignty, not of Quebec, but of the entire country.
I don't believe he wants to annex Canada. That's one of his fantasies, and he might sometimes believe himself. I'm not his psychiatrist.
Quebec industries like aluminum, agriculture, lumber are in the crosshairs of Trump's tariffs too. This is Blanchet's third election. Will Quebec voters turn to his party to protect them? A good idea of what is at stake for the Bloc Québécois. Rafi Boudjikanian is in Montreal at that launch event for the first week of the campaign. Rafi, what are you hearing about how the day will unfold for them?
Rosie, we expect to see Yves-François Blanchet hold a news conference a couple of hours after we'll hear from Liberal leader Mark Carney. He'll do that at a restaurant called Le Molière, just in case you had any doubt about whether or not he's again going to try to cast himself as the protector of Quebec identity, of the French language. And yes, of course, you can expect sovereignty to be in their platform. However, as you alluded to, Blanchet will be looking to position himself as someone who can still be in this national conversation about who can protect Canada, or Quebec in his case, from the threats represented by Donald Trump. He went from dominant in Quebecers' voters' intentions to slumping behind the Liberals once Justin Trudeau resigned and Mark Carney took the helm of that party. That being said, behind the Liberals is exactly where they were in 2021 at the start of that election campaign, and Blanchet did actually manage to hold on to all 32 seats that the Bloc had, and he added one more with that Montreal by-election. Now, Blanchet will also hammer home environmental themes. For the last few days, he's been going on about how there can be no pipelines going through Quebec, exactly as Carney himself has started talking about the needs for national energy corridors, though Carney, of course, has been careful not to directly say that those corridors would go through Quebec. Blanchet has one clear advantage in this race that he has not had in the past few ones, his mastery of the French language compared to Carney. Of course, the last few times he was up against Justin Trudeau, who was fluently bilingual. You can expect Blanchet to try to press that advantage in at least one French language debate. Often Quebec sees two of those. This year, TVA, the French private network that holds its own debate, has asked for $75,000 each from the four main parties as participation fees, if you will, to pay off logistics. Now, Blanchet's party was the first one to come up and say, yes, they will pay this money, and also to really bait all the other parties into joining up as well. So far, the Liberals have not committed to paying that fee. They say there's no decision yet. So you can already see Blanchet trying to sort of position himself on that front.
Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian, thank you for that. You're in Montreal. You'll be traveling the province with the Bloc Québécois for this first week. Appreciate it very much. The Green Party also launching their campaign in Montreal. Remember, the Green Party has now shifted to a co-leader model. Jonathan Pedneau and Elizabeth May, though we're told Jonathan Pedneau will really be leading the national campaign, will be the person in the debates, the person doing the interviews, but we'll, of course, cover their campaign as well through the course of the next 5 weeks or so. As we've been talking about, Canadians, you are all very, very engaged with the threat of Donald Trump, the tariff war, and of course politics at this moment. And you're going to get a chance to weigh in this election. Of course, you're going to follow it and you're going to make a decision in terms of your vote. But you're also going to be able to weigh in on this on all of our CBC platforms and across programs right across the country. We'll start that off with CBC News chief correspondent Adrienne Arsenault. She's in St. John, New Brunswick today for an election road show, one of many that she'll be doing over the next 5 weeks. Adrienne, good to see you.
Hey, Rosie, how are you?
I'm good. So what are you hearing? Obviously, you and I have talked about it. People are really paying attention to things right now. What are they talking to you about?
Well, I mean, you said it, tariffs, that's really the reason why we chose St. John, New Brunswick. The Chamber of Commerce did a study at the beginning of all of this 51st state and tariff stuff from the United States, and they determined that St. John in New Brunswick is the most vulnerable to tariffs, the city that is the most vulnerable to tariffs in the entire country. So you've got seafood, you've got forestry, you've got oil, you've got the largest crude refinery in Canada right here. 80% of what it refines on a daily basis goes to the United States. So you can imagine that when you talk about tariffs, there's anxiety here, that there's a fair amount of hurt. Of course, there is the notion of, hey, we're resilient. We have options to work together and to help each other out. Echoes of what we're hearing countrywide, but there is also this element of hurt that is hard to get past. Even when you hear, Rosie, people talk about, well, maybe there will be help for businesses with some loans. There are still echoes here of the difficulty of trying to pay back the debt from the pandemic loans. That still isn't cleared for a lot of people. And so the notion of having to take on new loans is exhausting for them. Economically, people have taken a big hit for a long time. So they're not looking forward to this. The anger sometimes manifests itself in interesting ways. In Uptown St. John here at the market, there's often like a big Canadian flag and a big American flag and a British flag because, of course, when cruise season happens here, they welcome the world. The American flag is gone. They took it down. That's not something that they do easily here, and maybe it's a little thing to some people. I don't think it's a little thing to people here. So one of our producers went out, spoke to people in Uptown St. John, not a scientific survey, of course, but here's a sense of how they're feeling and what issues are top of mind for them. Have a listen.
I think more so like inflation and cost of living in Canada at the moment, because it's getting harder and harder for our generation with the young kids to balance everything, plus the stuff that's going on right now with like the tariffs. So yeah, I'd like to see how that turns out over the next year.
I think we need to have a clean sweep, even though I think Carney's a great guy, but there's too many of the same bureaucrats and the same people there and the same policies. If they absolutely would put through pipelines and resurrect us from the wilderness and develop mines and businesses and encourage businesses, that's different. But I'm not so sure. I feel comfortable that they'll do it.
Well, I look at the Liberal candidate, and of course where he's already shown that his financial abilities are excellent. I'm looking at him, and I have to admit I'm not particularly keen on Poilievre. That's just where it comes down to. I don't like his conditions. I don't like his buddying up to the Great Orange Wonder down south.
But obviously you look at the polls, they swing pretty dramatically. But so did they in the U.S. with Harris and Trump. So I think it's a dead cat bounce. I think once the debate starts and people really understand what he's all about, I think the Conservatives will win.
Of course, the Conservative leader is going to preempt the Prime Minister's move here to Rideau Hall today. Adrian, he's about 5 minutes away before he comes out and launches his campaign and speaks to Canadians. Give us a sense of what we can expect from you in the National, how you're going to cover the campaign and try and tap into some of those things that people are telling you.
One of the things we're going to do, Rosie, is we're going to spend a lot of time in Canada with Canadians, as we always do, because, the focus of politics is Ottawa, but an election is for all Canadians. So we're going to go to a lot of places that don't get a lot of national attention all the time, places in southern Alberta. We'll be in the north, a critical neighborhood in the GTA that is very concerned about both housing and immigration policy. We're here in St. John for a couple days to talk tariffs in particular. And, so often in elections, what happens is the leaders will say something, and then people are asked to respond to what the leaders say. We're trying to flip that a little bit and put what Canadians want and need first, and then make the politicians respond to what they want and need, and try to get away from labels and get to the heart of what people are looking for. So as well, there are teams that are launched effectively. There are fact-checking teams, there are video verification teams, there are data teams who will be poring over some of the information, obviously field teams getting to the heart of what matters for Canadians, and that's what we'll be a big part of. One of the things I love about a Canadian election, we're not our neighbors. Americans, they register for political parties, they will tell you exactly who they vote for. It's not always so easy to get Canadians to tell you who they vote for. It's a very private thing who you vote for, but they will tell you what they need. And then you can have a bigger conversation about who represents that. So that's what we'll be tapping into.
That's great. And we'll look forward to all of that coverage through the next 5 weeks. That's the important part, what Canadians are saying and what they want. Thanks so much, Adrian. Appreciate it.
You bet.
CBC News chief correspondent Adrian Arsenault. She is in St. John, New Brunswick, and she will be hosting the National there for a few days. And as you heard, really taking off right across the country to talk to all of you. So reach out to her and keep an eye on the program as well. We are here waiting for a couple of things. First of all, there on the right of your screen, Pierre Poilievre is going to launch his campaign with a press conference in just moments. The Conservative leader making a bid to become Prime Minister, a job that he has really wanted for a long time, but the context has changed, right? The context for him has changed. Context for the country has changed. We're also standing by for Mark Carney to arrive here where we are at Rideau Hall to meet with the Governor General, formally ask her to dissolve Parliament, and formally launch this campaign with the voting day on April 28th. David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics, is here with me now. What do you want to talk about?
Well, what's going to be interesting to watch with the leaders, and we got a sense of this from Ashley and from Kate, is where they go in the opening days of this campaign. Because what you're saying is as important as where you're saying it, right? And the symbolism of the moves. And so let's start with the Conservatives, because we're going to hear from Mr. Poilievre soon. We know he's going to spend his opening move in the GTA, in the Greater Toronto Area. And it's not an exaggeration, Rosie, to say there is no Conservative victory without a victory in Ontario. Right. Their power base is in Western Canada. Things looked very promising for them in Atlantic Canada until very recently, when things have shifted back, as that is becoming more and more, looking more and more like it could very well be a majority Liberal seats out of the 32 in that region. But he's got to break into Ontario in a significant way if he's going to form a majority government, because the other challenge for the Conservatives is who is their natural coalition partner, to use a very loaded word, should it be a minority government with Prime Minister Poilievre at the helm. Right. He has, criticized any kind of cooperation when it was the Liberals and the NDP. He has not made friends with the New Democrats or the Bloc Québécois, and it's very difficult to see the Liberals cooperating with him in any sort of a minority parliament. So he needs to break through in Ontario in a massive way. The Ontario Progressive Conservatives are not going to be a big help in that quest for Pierre Poilievre. Doug Ford is staying out of this. He sort of urged his MPPs, to also stay out of it. And relations have not been great between the federal Conservatives and the Ontario Progressive Conservatives for quite some time. In fact, when they spoke last Monday, Pierre Poilievre and Doug Ford, it was the first time the two men had ever had a phone call.
Ever spoken at all. I know.
Which is
very
remarkable.
Surprising to me.
Yeah, the national conservative leader and the most powerful conservative leader, right?
He's been a politician for his entire life. Yeah.
And a guy who, along with his late brother, Rob Ford, was campaigning with Stephen Harper in the 2015 campaign in the stretch run of that election, saying he wants to stay out of it. Now, he has done that since he's been premier, but it's an interesting point. And on the other side of it, Mark Carney is going to leave here to go to my hometown and my favorite city of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. And this is an interesting move for the Liberals, because there are only 7 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador. The Liberals hold 6 of them, but 5 of the 6 incumbents are not running again.
Yes.
So there's a lot of volatility there, and there's a lot of things that need to be shored up. And also, this is a reflection of just how much things have changed. And I'll just take the riding of Cape Spear, which is the old St. John's South Mount Pearl. That's the riding where I grew up and spent most of my life. Seamus O'Regan announced last summer he wasn't going to be running again. There was nobody running in that seat. And then all of a sudden this week, there was a nomination with 3-4 candidates, good candidates, and Tom Osborne, a former provincial finance minister, won the nomination. Really good organizer. His mom and his uncle have also been members of the provincial legislature as he was. So it shows you just how much things are shifting, the importance of Atlantic Canada as one of the 4 pillars for a Liberal path to victory. So the opening moves geographically are important to watch on this as well.
Yeah, it's funny how many people suddenly want to be a candidate when there's a chance you might win. It's just, it's funny how all of that changes.
Or come out of retirement.
Or come out of retirement.
Or decide
they're not going to.
Yeah.
We should also remind you, of course, that this is the first election election with a different electoral map. David talked about the importance of incumbency, but there are 343 MPs seats up for grabs this time round because there was a redistribution given the way the population has changed. Alberta, I think, has picked up 3 seats, if I'm not mistaken. So that also a factor in this election for the first time. The change in boundaries has meant that some MPs will have a different riding. They'll be fighting for a different riding, and that could create problems. And incumbency, as David pointed out there, actually really important. Incumbency is a huge advantage in an election. And how many people have left here? I'm just going to find my very smart notes by my producer about how many MPs are not running anymore. Okay, Pierre Poilievre is arriving here with his wife, Anna Poilievre, and his 2 children. Anna Poilievre has joined him a fair bit over the past 10 days or so through the election campaign. And I think we're up to 37 Liberal MPs not running, just to give you a sense of that as an advantage or disadvantage, because incumbency does matter. People get familiar with their MPs and vote for them time and again. That could be a challenge in some ridings across the country. Okay, here is the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, launching his campaign.
Pour cette belle journée. On a Valentina qui est acrobate.
Valentina, who's an acrobat.
On a Cruz qui est un pilote.
Cruz, who's a pilot.
On a évidemment
and of course,
Anaïda,
we have Anaïda,
qui est la patronne.
Who is the boss.
Et on a aussi notre pingouin,
and of course, we have our penguin, who is part of our family as well. We're here to launch our campaign to put Canada first, to make a change. And today, the Liberals are asking for a 4th term after replacing Justin Trudeau by his economic advisor, Mark Carney. But we're talking about the lost Liberal decade. And so what is the question? Can Canadians really allow themselves to give a 4th term to Liberals who doubled the cost of housing, doubled lineups in front of food banks, doubled the national debt, released criminals, broke our immigration system, blocked our resources from being developed, and weakened our economy in relation to Donald Trump? Or can we put Canada first and bring about change with a new Conservative government that will cut taxes, unleash our natural resources, build housing, secure our borders, and bring back jobs to Canada with a strong economy so that we can stand up to Donald Trump and be in a position of strength. But before I describe all of that, I think it's important to recognize that many people are worried and angry because of the unjustified threats and unjustifiable threats made by President Trump. I share that anger and that concern. I'm worried about people who run the risk of losing their jobs. So what can we do? We have to convert our anger and our anxiety into action. We have to become strong, self-reliant, and sovereign to stand up to the Americans. We will face that threat with courage and determination. And rest assured that we will never be part of the United States. We will defend our sovereignty and our freedom. Freedom as Canadians. I will protect this country, and I will put Canada first. But before I tell you how I intend to do that, let me tell you why. This country gave me everything, everything that I have, everything that I have in Canada, and nowhere else would I have been able to do what I have done. I was born to a single-parent mother and who gave me up for adoption to 2 teachers. They taught me many, many things, but particularly the idea that Canada, whatever my background, I could realize my dreams. And that was the promise made to all Canadians. And I want that promise to be restored for all Canadians. The promise that someone who works hard can have a great home on a safe street, protected by brave soldiers under our proud flag. That is the promise of Canada that I wish to restore. Because after a decade, a lost decade under the Liberals, the promise of Canada is broken. Higher taxes under the Liberals have driven up the price of food by 37% faster than in the United States. Some single mothers go to bed with an empty stomach. And they're worried about what their children will have to eat the next day. Seniors have to choose between food and heating their home. The price of housing has doubled because the Liberals drove up the demand for property through immigration and printing money totally out of control, while at the same time blocking construction of housing with red tape. They drove up the cost of housing with more bureaucracy, and now an entire generation of Canadians cannot access a home. And they weakened our borders, and the Liberal drug policies meant to more violence and more people dying. Higher taxes and blocking resource projects meant that Canada has had the worst economic growth in the G7 and drove $500 billion of money to the United States, weakening us in relation to Donald Trump. And all of that before the tariffs hit. And through their radical, post-globalist ideology under the Liberals, we have become a divided country, and that has weakened our unity. Desperate now to receive a fourth term, the Liberals have replaced Justin Trudeau by his economic advisor, Mark Carney. But a Liberal is still a Liberal. They're all the same MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal advisors, the same Liberal elites, and the same promises that weren't kept in 10 years under the Liberals. We cannot allow ourselves another lost Liberal decade. We must put Canada first and bring about a change. We're going to do that with a new Conservative government that will cut taxes, make sure that work pays, free up our entrepreneurs, develop our natural resources, build housing, bring back jobs to Canada, secure our border, honor our history, raise our flag, and stand up to Donald Trump's threats. And that starts with lower taxes on work, on housing, on energy, and on investments. Cutting taxes for change. That will bring back jobs to Canada and encourage workers. We will give municipalities incentives to accelerate permitting for construction and free up land to allow us to build more housing. And again, we will eliminate the GST on homes so that young people can access housing. This will allow Canadians to be able to dream of owning a home again. We will also bring back jobs to the natural resources sector for a change. We will repeal the anti-pipeline Liberal legislation C-69 and the cap on energy imposed by the Liberals and Mr. Carney continues to support. We will eliminate the industrial carbon tax and greenlight LNG and pipeline projects, whether it's mines or port facilities. We will create new zones in Canada that will allow for pre-permitting of major projects in specific areas. And we will be able to say yes quickly and allow businesses to start building rather than filling out forms. Industry will be acting to protect Canadians. The new pipeline that the Liberals blocked a few years ago can be developed and will allow Canadians to get around the American market and sell our energy to Europe, and that would break our dependence and Europe's dependence on Russia and Canadians' dependence on Donald Trump. A dual victory with a single project that the Liberals blocked. This would put an end to our dependency and the weakness we now see. We will bring down trade barriers between the provinces to ensure there can be free trade across the country, ensuring that our products and services can circulate freely. We will bring back jobs and unite this country. We will also restore the promise of Canada by having safe communities. We will put criminals in jail, secure our borders, and provide for treatment to addicts so that Canadians can be free of drug addiction. We will deal with immigration and remove the radical initiatives brought in by the Liberals, which is intended to bring Canada's population to 100 million. 100 million. That would double the population of major cities in Canada in the middle of a crisis, a housing crisis. And I'm against the Century Initiative, and we will limit immigration, remove abuse and fraud within the system, to go back to a system that allows us to build more housing, have proper services available for our own population. We will expel criminals and prevent fraudsters from entering this country. When it comes to immigration, as in every other area, we will put Canada first for a change. We will rebuild our army for a change. We will do that with 4 new icebreakers, in fact, and we will add troops and build a new base in the far north and support our veterans. Our troops and our veterans are a source of inspiration. They embody the best of Canada. They remind us as well that we are a strong people capable of defending its sovereignty. We don't want to fight, but we're always prepared to fight if someone threatens us. And none of that will be easy. But the defense of Canada and the creation of this country were not easy either. With change, there can be hope. Hope will return. So I say that for a mother out there who's worried about the cost of feeding her children, hope will soon return. For young people who are 35 who want to leave their parents' basement to buy a house and start a family, change is coming. For seniors who have to choose between heating their home and buying food, change is coming. And for those who have come to Canada and are wondering what has happened after 10 years, I can say that change is coming. A new Conservative government will restore the promise of Canada, the promise that anyone from anywhere can realize his dreams. You work hard and you can have a great home in a secure neighborhood, protected by solid borders and brave soldiers under our proud flag. To preserve that flag and its promise, we must work together, we must fight together, and we must win together for our people, for our land, for our home, for Canada first, for a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. Our little munchkins, I think that my little girl got bored and left me, so I'm going to have to give the speech again when we get home. And there's Cruz. He's, as you can see, he's a fighter pilot, and we have our pet penguin with us today, too. We're happy to be here to launch our campaign to restore Canada's promise, and to do it on this very beautiful day. Today, the Liberals are asking for a 4th term in power, after swapping Justin Trudeau for his economic advisor and hand-picked successor, Mark Carney. But after the lost Liberal decade, the question is whether Canadians can afford a 4th Liberal term. After these out-of-touch Liberals inflated housing costs, drove up the cost of food, pushed 2 million people to food banks, unleashed crime on our streets, ruined our immigration system, blocked our resources, sent $500 billion to the United States, and made our economy more reliant on the Americans than ever before? Or is it time to put Canada first for a change, with a new Conservative government that will axe taxes, honor hard work, build homes, cut taxes, lock up criminals, secure our borders, unleash resources to bring home our jobs, and stand up to Donald Trump from a position of strength? Now, on that subject, I know a lot of people are worried, angry, and anxious, and with good reason, as a result of the President's unacceptable threats against our country. You worry about your job and the sovereignty of our nation. And you're angry at the feeling of betrayal that these unacceptable words and tariffs have made us all experience. I share your anger, and I share the worry for our future. But I also draw great resolve in knowing that we can transform the anxiety and anger into action. First of all, let me be clear. We will never be an American state. We will always be a sovereign and self-reliant country. The action we must take is to become that nation that's strong, self-reliant, and sovereign, capable of standing on its own 2 feet and standing up to the Americans. We will stare down this unprovoked threat with steely resolve because, be assured, Canadians are tough, we are hardy, and we stand up for ourselves. I will protect Canada, and I will always put our country first. But before I tell you how, let me tell you why. This country's given me everything I have. I know my story wouldn't have been possible in any other country in the world. I was born to a 16-year-old single mother who put me up for adoption to 2 school teachers. But they taught me that in Canada, despite humble beginnings, I could achieve anything I wanted. I got into politics to protect and preserve that promise. And that promise means that if you work hard, you get a house, a nice house, on a safe street, protected by brave troops.
Just wanted to let you know, as we listen to Pierre Poilievre, that Mark Carney is now inside Rideau Hall, asking the Governor General to dissolve Parliament and officially launch this election campaign. He will come out shortly to speak to Canadians. Let's go back now and listen to the Conservative Leader of Canada.
Housing costs have more than doubled. Single moms go to bed hungry, worried how they will feed their children in the morning. Liberals have driven up our housing costs by inflating demand with out-of-control money printing and immigration, while at the same time blocking supply with massive bureaucracies that don't let builders build. So for the first time in the history of Canada, our young people cannot afford homes. Open borders, liberal crime and drug laws have unleashed violence, disorder, and deadly overdoses. 10 years of Liberals hiking taxes and blocking resource projects has pushed $500 billion to the United States, given us the worst growth in the entire G7, and all of this was before the tariffs of Donald Trump. What's more, our nation is more divided than ever before because the liberal, radical, post-national, borderless, and globalist ideology has weakened our nation. Now, desperate for a 4th term, Liberals have replaced Justin Trudeau with his economic advisor and hand-picked successor, Mark Carney. But a Liberal is a Liberal is a Liberal. It's the same old Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal advisors, the same Liberal elites, the same broken Liberal promises of the last 10 years. We cannot afford another lost Liberal decade. We need to put Canada first for a change, with a new Conservative government to axe taxes, reward work, unleash entrepreneurs, harvest our resources, make things here, build homes for our youth, secure our borders, rebuild our military, honor our history, and raise our flag. It starts with a big bring it home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building. We'll lower taxes to bring home businesses and to make sure Canadians bring home more of their paychecks. And that starts with axing the carbon tax, the entire tax, a tax that the Liberals, with Carney's enthusiastic support, brought in for 7 years and increased over and over. A tax that is still in law, despite the government hiding it from gas stations for the 30 days leading up to the election. A tax they will bring back bigger than ever before if re-elected. And on this point, Mr. Carney and Mr. Trump are in total agreement. They both want to tax Canadian industry. Mr. Carney's carbon tax and Donald Trump's tariffs will destroy Canadian industry, pushing jobs south. But I won't let that happen. A new Conservative government will repeal the carbon tax law, and we will axe the tax for everyone, for everything, for good, forever, and for real. We will also take the sales tax off new homes and incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development charges so that we can build homes and restore the dream of home ownership. We will bring home our resource jobs for a change. That means repealing Liberal No New Pipelines Law C-69, lifting the Liberal cap on energy that Carney still supports, quickly approving LNG plants, mines, and other major projects. New Canada First building zones will pre-approve sites for construction so that businesses can get busy working and hiring and building and developing and spend no more time filling out paperwork. With a national pipeline like the one the Liberals blocked not long ago, we can go around the American market, send our oil to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, and break our dependence on the United States of America. A double win, 2 birds, 1 stone. We'll knock down interprovincial trade barriers to have one big, open, free market across our country, moving goods, services, people, nationwide. That will bring home our jobs and bring us together. We'll also bring home safety to our communities by stopping the crime for a change. That means repealing catch and release Liberal laws and imposing mandatory jail time on repeat offenders, banning hard drugs, and offering recovery to bring our loved ones home drug-free. We'll cap immigration and stop the radical Century Initiative, which seeks to almost triple our population to 100 million people. A crazy idea still endorsed by Liberals and their top advisors. That will end when I am Prime Minister. We will also keep fraudsters, and criminals out of our country, and we will crack down on bogus claims. On immigration, like everything else, we will put Canada first for a change. Our troops will have support. Our military will be rebuilt. We will have new icebreakers, new fighter jets, new surveillance aircraft, a brand new base, the first base in the Arctic since the Cold War in Iqaluit. And we will back our veterans to ensure they have good lives after they fought for our country. They remind us that Canada is tough, rugged, strong, hardy. We don't go looking for a fight, but we're ready if one comes looking for us. None of this will be easy, but making and defending Canada wasn't easy either. And with change, there's hope. So I say, to the struggling single mother who worries how she will feed her kids, hope is on the way. To the 35-year-old still living in mom's basement but dreaming of owning his own place and starting a family, change is on the way. To the seniors choosing between eating and heating. And to all those who wonder what happened to the country that they knew and love, change and hope are both on the way. A new Conservative government will restore Canada's promise, the promise that anyone from anywhere can do anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful home, on a safe street under a proud flag. To preserve that flag and uphold its promise, we must work together, fight together, and win together for our people, for our land, for our home, for Canada first, for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take questions. On va maintenant passer aux questions.
Good morning, Mr. Polyev.
Good morning.
JP Tasker from CBC News.
Thank you.
Do you respect Donald Trump?
I respect the office of the President of the United States, and we have to show respect to other world leaders. The bottom line is the Americans buy 75% of our goods. So whoever's the Prime Minister is going to have to, at some point, deal with President Trump. He was only elected a short time ago. He's going to be around for 4 more years. You can be respectful and firm, and I believe we have to be both. I will insist the President recognize the independence and sovereignty of Canada. I will insist that he stop tariffing our nation. And at the same time, I will strengthen our country so that we can be capable of standing on our own 2 feet and standing up to the Americans where and when necessary. That's what it means when I say, let's put Canada first for a change.
En français.
Il faut travailler en esprit de respect.
We have to work in a spirit of respect with any president of the United States. Of course, the Americans buy approximately 75% of our goods. We are their neighbor. I don't respect the treatment he has meted out to our country. And I reiterate that we can be both respectful and firm and strong. And I will be all three. I will defend our sovereignty. I will ensure that we are capable of being more self-reliant and less dependent on the United States. And the best way to counter Donald Trump is to support our own country with a stronger economy and become more independent. That is what Canada, putting Canada first, is all about.
Next question.
Mr. Polyev, hello. Stephanie Levitz, Globe and Mail.
Good morning.
Good morning, almost afternoon. Premier Daniel Smith, Alberta Premier Daniel Smith, has asked the U.S. administration to hold off any further action because it benefits the Liberals politically right now, and says that your direction would be more in sync with the U.S. administration's direction. Do you think her comments are appropriate, and what is your response to them?
Well, my response is that the President has said that he thinks it would be easier to deal with a Liberal, and with good reason. The Liberals have weakened our country. They've blocked resource projects, raised taxes, driving our jobs south into the hands of the Americans. $500 billion of investment has fled our country. They blocked a pipeline that would have allowed us to go around the American market. They've killed LNG liquefaction plants, forcing us to sell all of our natural gas to the Americans at huge price discounts. They've weakened our military and our borders. All of that plays into the hands of President Trump. He's been very blunt that he wants a weak Canada that he can target. And Liberals, after the lost Liberal decade, have made our economy and our country weaker and more divided, just like Trump wanted. Electing Liberals to a 4th term will weaken our country still. That is why we need to put Canada first for a change, with a new Conservative government that will axe taxes, unleash our resource production, build pipelines, secure our border, rebuild our armed forces, and stand up to Donald Trump from a position of strength. Thank you.
En français.
Évidemment,
Of course, Mr. Trump prefers the Liberals because the Liberals have weakened this country. They blocked our natural resources. They broke our industries. They drove $500 billion of investments to the United States. They broke our immigration system and our borders. A weak Canada works for President Trump, and after the lost Liberal decade, our economy is weaker. Giving a fourth term to the Liberals will weaken Canada further and further the interests of President Trump against this country. We must put Canada first for a change, with a new Conservative government that will develop our natural resources, cut taxes, bring back jobs and industries to Canada, and confront President Trump from a position of strength.
Next question.
Yes, sir.
Monsieur Poilievre, Boris Proulx, Devoir, bienvenue à Gatineau. Donald Trump fait peur aux Canadiens. Si on met de côté la question des
scaring Canadians with his tariffs, but simply Trump's policies being introduced in the U.S. are scaring Canadians. So what do you say to Canadians who are listening today and who hear what you're saying about the media, international aid, transgender persons and so forth, and who are concerned about the similarities between what you're saying and what the Trump administration is saying? Well, I'm Canadian. I will put our country first for a change. That is our goal. When I say that I want to cut taxes to bring back jobs to Canada and help our workers, it is for Canadians that I say that, not for Americans. And when I say that I want to develop our natural resources and build pipelines, that is to the disadvantage of President Trump, and it's to our advantage that we do that. Making Canada stronger and more sovereign in the face of the United States is in our national interest, and that's what I intend to do as Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you very much. Well, what we need to do is put Canada first for a change. You know, when I say that I'm going to cut taxes and unleash our resource production, bring home our jobs, that's bad news for President Trump, because it means we're going to be bringing back not only the investment the Liberals have driven south, but also becoming more self-reliant and sovereign to stand on our own feet and stand up to President Trump. That is how we put our country first, and it's how we bring real change to Canadians.
Thank you. Next question. Prochaine question.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poilievre, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Les gens dans la rue nous disent...
Bon matin.
Vous aussi.
Good morning.
Les gens dans la rue nous disent qu'ils cherchent
on the streets are saying that they're looking for a Captain Canada to protect them and an antidote to Donald Trump. As my colleague Boris just said, some of the policies you're promoting are similar to those put forward by President Trump, and people in the street are worried about that. How can you differentiate yourself from Donald Trump at this time in order to reassure Canadians? I haven't seen how your policies are different from those of Mr. Trump, and how can you reassure people that's the case if you are re-elected? Well, first of all, I've said I want the opposite of Donald Trump. He wants to impose tariffs on our industries and on our companies. It's the Liberals that want to do that. They want to tax our businesses, as Donald Trump does the same. Donald Trump wants to take our resources away from us at the lowest price. And it's the Liberals that have allowed him to do that by blocking the construction of pipelines and natural gas plants and expansion of our port facilities. The Liberals have worked in the favor of Donald Trump rather than Canada. And I want the reverse. I want to bring back the $500 billion that the Liberals drove to the United States. Because when I talk to people in the street, you talked about people in the street, well, you know what they're saying? They're afraid of losing their jobs because our economy is weak after 10 years of the Liberals. They're afraid of not being able to pay for groceries or buy a house or a place to live. And I'm the only person offering true change to bring back the promise of Canada, to bring back jobs to Canada, and allow people to have a great future like our parents and grandparents had.
Well, you ask about the concerns of people on the street. What I hear from people on the street is they are concerned that after the lost Liberal decade, they can't afford homes. They're eating at food banks or cutting back on nutrition. They're worried about crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. And they're worried that that Canada and our economy is now more dependent than ever on the Americans after the Liberals blocked pipelines, stopped resource development, and gave America our resources at a discount. And what I say to those people is that change is on the way. We're going to put Canada first. We're going to axe taxes, unleash home building, produce our resources here in Canada and export them overseas by going around the Americans so that we can take back control of our economy and our national destiny. That's what it means to put Canada first for a change.
Merci. On va passer à la dernière question. Last question.
Merci.
Hello, Mr. Poilievre. Mark Ramsey with the Toronto Star. Your party was the target of foreign interference in the last two election campaigns, but you're going into this one without the security clearance necessary to receive briefings on this. When should Canadians expect you to get that security clearance?
Well, I've already had clearance. I was a minister in cabinet already, and the government has the ability to give me any information they think necessary. But what I'm not going to do is go into a process, a politically directed process by the Liberals that they use to decide what I can see and say and comment on. We know that the Liberals have made Canada a playground to foreign interference. They're the ones that have benefited from foreign interference. We also call on the government to have the foreign agent registry set up for this election so that Canadians know if any foreign or hostile regimes are intervening in our democracy so that we can expose that and protect ourselves.
En français, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai déjà
Thank you very much.
eu cette permission.
I already got that clearance because I was in cabinet, so that is not an issue at all. When it comes to receiving information, security and intelligence officials already have the ability to talk to me about potential threats, so they can do that. But I am not going to agree to be unable to speak through this kind of process, particularly after seeing the politicization of this issue by the Liberals.
À la prochaine.
Okay, that is Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre on day one of this election campaign, taking questions from reporters. They're with his wife and son, Cruz, and his wife, Anna Poilievre, talking about how he wants to see an end to this lost Liberal decade, he said, that has made the country weaker, just as Donald Trump wanted. A little bit of a different tone, I would say, there from Pierre Poilievre as well. Sometimes doesn't love reporters' questions, but took them with some pleasure because you're at the beginning of a campaign. Don't want to anger reporters right away, probably. Kate McKenna is down there near where the Conservative leader was speaking. She also asked him a question. Kate, what did you make of what Mr. Poilievre was pitching there to Canadians?
Well, I think what we saw there was a bit of a preview of both his messaging and the questions he's set to receive. We heard a lot of questions about Donald Trump, and we know that the Conservatives have tried to pivot their message a little bit in order to address Donald Trump's tariff threats. But the reality of their situation is that a third of their base supports Donald Trump. So that puts Pierre Poilievre in a bit of a tricky position. But he did come out quite strong against those tariff threats, saying that his plan is the best plan to make the country more resilient economically in order to be in the strongest possible position to negotiate with Donald Trump. And he was asked about that, but he was also asked about things that Danielle Smith said to an American media outlet, saying that Pierre Poilievre would be very much in sync with the new direction in America. And to that he responded, well, actually Donald Trump said some not so nice things about him. He calls that an endorsement for Mark Carney. That was less clear in what Donald Trump actually said. But despite Donald Trump's threats, Pierre Poilievre has not really switched his position on very many things. He told Jordan Peterson, just a few months ago that he's had the same positions essentially since he was a teenager. And we heard some of those today. He wants more resource extraction. He wants more jobs created. He wants tougher rules around crime. He's been touring the country for 2 years on those messages. And today we got a sense that he's going to keep going on that.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you for your help with that, covering the Conservative campaign on this first week. I'll let you hit the road to catch up with the leader now. We are keeping our eyes on the doors here at Rideau Hall. Mark Carney is inside now, meeting with the Governor General, asking her to dissolve Parliament.
Have a great show.
Agreeing
Bye-bye.
to that, the Governor General will issue a proclamation on behalf of the King. That clears the way for the Chief Electoral Officer to issue formal notices, otherwise known as writs. And that's sort of the technical part of what is happening behind the scenes. And then the election is formally underway. I'll bring in David Cochrane here, and we're going to bring in At Issue in a moment. There are a couple of messages. I mean, I think Kate is right that the vast majority of what Pierre Poilievre is saying is what he has been saying for 18 months to 2 years. But he's trying, I think, put a different frame around it, saying, I will protect Canada. I will always protect Canada. A liberal is a liberal is a liberal, to try and suggest that there's really no change that has happened, and that with change that he would embody, he says, there is hope. But largely, and then this lost liberal decade, which might work for some people as well, but largely focusing on issues of affordability, which we heard from Kate at the beginning of the special, is what the Conservatives believe the election should still be about. Yeah.
You saw there with Pierre Poilievre's speech is he's trying to put the focus back on the issues that the Canadians were mad about up until January 6th when Justin Trudeau
and it's still
quit,
of concern,
and mad about up until January 20th when Donald Trump was inaugurated, right? Like, these are still there. The housing issues in the country are unresolved. Inflation is largely under control despite ticking back up to 2.6%, but those cost increases over the last number of years, they're baked in. So there's still an affordability challenge in the country. So he's trying to put the focus back on those issues that Canadians were mad about during the time when he was the runaway frontrunner to become prime minister in the next election, and attaching that to the new vulnerability of the tariff threats from Donald Trump, and blaming the Liberals for the underlying structural weaknesses in the economy and in the cost of living challenges.
That will make it harder to take on Donald Trump.
Exactly. That we are so vulnerable at this point in time because of the lost liberal decade, as he says it. And then trying to claim back that mantle of change, that where there is change, there is hope, and a liberal is a liberal is a liberal, that this is their fourth mandate that they're seeking, even though they have a very different leader with a very different focus in Mark Carney. He was asked a question there at the end about his security clearance. You're going to see the Conservatives go after Mark Carney about his assets and disclosure. You're going to see Mark Carney punch back with questions about security clearance. Pierre Poilievre is half right when he says that he had his security clearance when he was a cabinet minister. He did. That is a factual thing. That lapses.
Yes.
Right? You need to get that renewed. You need to get that redone over time. Like Maxime Bernier was also in that cabinet, and I don't believe the People's Party leader would be entitled to confidential briefings right now. So I spoke to Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, on my show last week, and he talked about this, that if there is a big national security issue involving, say, Russia and Ukraine or Israel, Gaza, that requires a briefing under the Caretaker Convention of the opposition leaders, Pierre Poilievre can't get that right now. So, look, whatever his intentions are and whatever his reasons are, he refused to do in the past to read the report about foreign interference because he said he didn't want to be gagged. It's a different moment in a different time, but it's the same answer. And he's just not giving in on that. And this is going to be something look for the Liberals to target him on.
Yeah, that a liberal is a liberal is a liberal. Strong echoes of Justin Trudeau, who in 2015 said to Stephen Harper, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, which was a defining moment in 2015. Okay, we are standing by to hear from Mark Carney in just moments, but let's squeeze in a short At Issue before that happens so we can talk about what we've seen so far. Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and Aaron Wary is in for Chantal Hébert, who's over on the Radio-Canada set this morning. She'll join us later tonight, but happy to have you all here. Maybe I'll start with you, you, Althea. What did we've heard from Pierre Poilievre? We have yet to hear from Mark Carney. What did you make of what Mr. Poilievre was telling Canadians as his first pitch to them at this first day?
Well, the slogan has changed a little. It was Canada First. Now it's Canada First for a Change. The Conservatives are trying to wrestle back the change option as the change question. They want that to be the ballot question. You know, that is, Kate was right. I mean, that is the message that Pierre Poilievre has been crisscrossing the country with over the past 2 years. That was, the Conservatives believed, a winning message. They believe that they can still win on that question, and that when you ask in public opinion polls, you see this, you know, people who are very worried about housing affordability, who are worried about immigration, they still rank the Conservatives ahead of the Liberals. But on the question of Donald Trump, the Conservatives rank far below Mark Carney. And so they're trying to combine these messages together. I was struck by how his message hasn't changed. Aside from the words, Canada is broken, everything else was part of his stump speech over the past 2 years. And in fact, some of the key words that we saw that kind of felt were directed more towards, you know, that voter base that could be attracted to the People's Party, words like globalist, like the open borders messages, that was still part of his stump speech. So I thought that was interesting. He's clearly decided to go a lot stronger. Electing the Liberals will make Canada weaker. That's quite a statement. But I was disappointed in his answer about Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. I think the news today, from an interview she did about a week and a half ago with Breitbart News, in which she suggested that she had spoken to White House, her contacts in the White House administration, to ask them not to impose the tariffs because that would benefit the Liberals during the election campaign. She asked for a pause. And she suggested in that interview that Mr. Poilievre was more in sync with Donald Trump and the administration in terms of his values and what the policies that he supports. I was surprised that he didn't distance himself from that. He didn't answer the question. He went in another direction. And so that question is, I think, going to continue to haunt him on the election campaign.
Andrew Coyne, what did you make of what Pierre Poilievre had to say? I mean, what's interesting is the policies are the same that he's been talking about for the past 2 years, but now he's trying to present the policies as also the response to Donald Trump. And maybe that will work, I don't know, but I think Althea's right. There wasn't a great shift in terms of the content of the policy response.
Yeah, he's hedging his bets. They were obviously sideswiped by the whole Trump thing. They had a whole campaign ready. It was going to be on affordability, the economy, the liberal record, et cetera. Suddenly it's all about Trump and the threat to Canada. And he's trying to straddle. He's trying to say, okay, if I can, I'm going to try and drag this debate back to the liberal record, back to affordability, housing, all these issues that were really hurting the Liberals. But if I can't do that, then I can at least argue this is, you know, our policies are the ways that we're going to be able to fight Trump. The Liberals have left us with a weakened economy. If we're going to stand up to Trump, we need to have stronger policies, a stronger economy, et cetera. What he's trying to do is keep it on policy rather than on leadership. And the Liberals will be hitting it on leadership. To stand up to Trump, to deal with Trump, you need somebody who's experienced and with the character and judgment and cool under fire, et cetera, of Mark Carney, which on the polling data right now is showing them having a decided advantage. So Conservatives want to keep it as the way we fight back is through policy. The Liberals are going to be emphasizing the way we fight back or the way we stand up is through stronger leadership.
I mean, yeah, I think Andrew's right there, Aaron. I'll get you to weigh in. But I also think the Liberals are saying leadership and policy because the policy shifts have been noticeable since Mark Carney took over. I mean, the slew of things he announced on Friday night was kind of a stunning amount of change and also meant to respond directly to Donald Trump. What did you make of Pierre Poilievre?
Yeah, I think it makes a fair bit of sense for Pierre Poilievre to focus that message on change. I think at one point he actually referred to real change, which is giving me flashbacks to 2015 too. But I think there's a couple issues, right? One is the Liberals themselves have made a fairly big change in the last few weeks. He's right to say that the Liberals can't completely run away from their record, but voters are going to see not only a different leader, but a very different person as Liberal leader. And he seems to be presenting an agenda that's going to be very different from the one Justin Trudeau sort of advocated for or personified. The other part of that is that, Pierre Poilievre wants to focus on affordability and the cost of housing and inflation and, GDP per capita and how those things have changed during the Liberals' time in office. But there are other pieces of that record that, he may also want, he also has to speak to at some point, childcare, pharmacare, dental care. Is he going to keep those programs or not? Because those are also the Liberal record, and it's not quite clear where Pierre Poilievre is on those things. I think this was also an indication of the questions, Althea mentioned the Danielle Smith interview. I think that really goes to, the questions that are still kind of hanging around Pierre Poilievre and that he doesn't really seem to want to answer or have a clear answer for, which is, how do your politics compare to Mr. Trump's, and what does that say? And I think those questions are going to dog him until he can come up with a tidy answer for it.
Okay, Althea, let's think about the next leader we're going to hear from, Mark Carney. What do you think he needs to tell Canadians today, just 10 days now after becoming Prime Minister and about to launch on a federal election campaign for the first time in his life? It will be a very intense 5 weeks. But what do you think we're going to hear from him?
I believe he's going to tell us why he wants to have an election, which is probably a strong mandate because he doesn't have one. He doesn't even have a seat in the House of Commons. And we're going to hear a lot more about Donald Trump and the threat. I think he's probably going to tie some of the strings that we saw last week. You mentioned some of the policy changes. We saw the Liberals come out and say they're going to support a new LNG project on the West Coast. In fact, they're investing $200 million in it. About the moves that came out late Friday evening, I'm not sure everybody was glued to their TV in terms of the trade barriers that he wants to break down by Canada Day. The drastic change in approach, I think, from a Mark Carney Liberal government, from a Justin Trudeau Liberal government. I think we're going to see some of the messaging around that change, because clearly they see their voter coalition changing, more welcoming progressive conservatives and those who might have more conservative leanings who are unhappy or uncomfortable with the tone that they've heard from Pierre Poilievre, welcome them into the Liberal tent, while at the same time not completely alienating progressive voters who have joined the Liberal movement, I guess if you can call it that, since Jagmeet Singh doesn't look like he is at all competing for power. So I think that's what we're going to hear.
Yeah, Andrew, so that question, but also what do you think is the risks, are the greatest risk here for Mark Carney in these 5 weeks of doing something that he has an impressive CV, but he's never done this before?
Well, that's right. So right now he's an asset for the party. He's clearly running ahead of Poilievre, but he could easily turn into a deficit for them because he's so inexperienced, and nobody can really be sure how he'll perform on the campaign trail. It may not matter. This may be one of those elections where quote unquote campaigns don't matter as much as they do. People may be in such a mood in terms of the Trump threat that they'll say, look, I don't care whether he's a good at the political game. I just want somebody who's a good, competent manager. And obviously that will be one of the things Liberals will be trying to keep the message on. One of the ways to keep the message on leadership is hug as close as you can to the Tories on policy. So yes, he's been unveiling a lot of policies, but a lot of them have basically been either scrapping old Liberal policies in favor of the Conservative position, or policies that any normal Conservative government could be seen to be bringing in. So they'll be trying to minimize the gap, I think, on that and keep the focus on what is right now their advantage. And the reason they've got some room to do that is they don't have to worry, I don't think, too much about losing votes to the NDP, partly because the NDP is just on their back heels, but because people are so scared of Trump that left of center voters, I think, are just herding into the Liberal corral to keep Trump out and to keep Poilievre out, who they see as being certainly not sufficiently strong against Trump, and maybe even an echo of Trump.
Yeah, and I think the Liberals, Aaron, are fully aware of that, given some moves in the past couple of days to expand dental care again, sign another pharmacare deal. They're trying to protect that left flank as they move into some of those policies that might, as Andrew pointed out, might be more familiar for sort of progressive conservatives in this country.
Yeah, it protects the flank. It also, forces choices for Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah.
A few months ago, Pierre Poilievre was saying these programs don't exist, so I'm not going to comment on them. Well, now they exist. Pharmacare may not be up and running in every province, but it's, not a complete figment of the imagination. Same with school nutrition programs, now with dental care. So I think those, forced choices for Mr. Poilievre to make during this campaign. But I think, as my co-panelists have said, I think the message from Mark Carney is going to be, to some extent, change, which puts us in a weird position of having essentially two leaders running on change. Carney's argument would be, or will be, that the change is necessary because of the threat posed by Donald Trump. And then I guess you get into an argument of who you sort of trust to deliver that change. But then the other part I imagine we're going to hear from Mr. Carney is some reference, to Donald Trump, to this moment, and to his own sort of suitability for this moment. You heard Pierre Poilievre talk about, Donald Trump off the top, say, I understand Canadians are angry, they're concerned, here's what we should do about it. I don't know, though, that, Pierre Poilievre necessarily wants to get into an agreement or into a fight over resumes and sort of who seems to have the right CV for this moment. And I suspect that's exactly the fight that Mark Carney wants to have right now.
Althea, last thought from you?
I'm not sure that Mr. Carney doesn't want to have that discussion, or Pierre Poilievre doesn't want to have that discussion, because already so much of the messaging from the Conservatives is about Mr. Carney basically being a technocrat high up in his ivory tower and not connected to the working people. And we saw the contrast that the Conservatives want to make. Pierre Poilievre had press conferences basically last week. Felt like we were on the campaign trail, but they couldn't use any of the expenses that they had spent announcing policy against their campaign expenses during the election campaign. But he was right in front of a lot of Canadians, working Canadians, men and women from factories, whether it's unionized workers in the steel industry or the construction industry, making that moment, the boots not suits slogan. So I think that he does want to draw that contrast. And, some of that has worked really well for Doug Ford, for example. I mean, a little earlier, Aaron was talking about during the tone in the press conference, we saw Mr. Poilievre smiling a lot, greeting reporters. Like that to me was kind of Pierre Poilievre channeling Doug Ford style a little. They have tried to make him softer. And ironically, the Liberals are also trying to make Mark Carney softer in terms of making him smile a bit more. Both leaders kind of have similar challenges, but I think that contrast is really what both camps are driving for. I agree on the policy stance. Very interesting that on the last day, the government possibly can make announcements. We saw the expansion of the dental care program. It made me think of the 2021 campaign, when on the Friday before the writs dropped, the government came out with the wedge issue on the vaccine mandates. These are things that they want reporters to ask the leaders about during the campaign trail.
For sure. Last word to you, Andrew.
Well, they each have a weakness to cover. In Carney's case, the Conservatives will be saying it's not real change. It's the same old, same old. He was the economic advisor, et cetera. He may say he'll get rid of the tax, but he'll bring it in. And Carney has to convince people it really is a change. In Poilievre's case, is he really got the fire in his belly to stand up to Trump, or is he too afraid of his own base, too afraid, looking over his shoulder at the People's Party? Why hasn't he been willing to stand up to him till now? Why was he so late coming to the game on this? That's what's so striking about this. He got ahead because he was first and better at any other leader at picking up the affordability issue and the housing issue and how this was affecting people. He's lost his lead because he was so slow in realizing how much the game had changed, how much Donald Trump had changed the game.
I do have a time to go to you, Aaron, for one final thought. We're told that we're about 5 minutes away from hearing from the Liberal leader.
Yeah, I think one of the questions for the next 5 weeks is whether the Conservatives can turn Mark Carney's background, particularly his corporate background, into a liability. You've seen sort of some of the attacks on his time at Brookfield. I think obviously the Liberals want to lean on, not only his time as governor of the Banks of England and Canada, but also that time in the corporate world, in the business world, as a sort of serious economic manager. And there's what will be interesting is what the Conservatives can find in that time at Brookfield, and whether they can sort of turn Mark Carney's CV, which the Liberals would like to be an advantage, into some kind of liability.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all very much, Andrew, Althea, and Aaron. We'll come back to you. Good to get a first round of at issue on this important day. We are keeping our eyes on the doors here at Rideau Hall, where Mark Carney has been for the past about 30 minutes speaking to Governor General Mary Simon, asking her formally to dissolve Parliament, which will kick off the process that needs to take place to start this election for real. We've already heard from the Conservative leader. Next, we'll hear from the Liberal leader. We'll hear from the NDP and the Bloc as well, and we'll bring you all of that coverage on this important day where these leaders, these parties are going to start making their pitch to you about what they can do to improve your lives or deal with some of the concerns you have right now, especially at this critical time for the country in the wake of some of the things Donald Trump has been threatening. I'm Rosemary Barton here just outside Rideau Hall, and here with me now, David Cochrane is still here. Let's talk a little bit about the tone from Mr. Poilievre, because that is not always, he is not always that affable with journalists. Let's put it that way. And I wonder if that is also in response to what Canadians are asking for, which seems to be a desire to be, to deal with this seriously, to be serious, and to not be as divisive as Pierre Poilievre has been through his leadership time, because it's just not what this particular moment calls for.
No, his leadership has not been about building alliances and building bridges, right? It's mostly events with people who already largely agree with Mr. Poilievre. And going back to the conversation we had earlier, Rosie, that last Monday was the first time him and Doug Ford had ever spoken at any point in their lives. Yeah. The federal Conservative leader and the Ontario Conservative premier. But it's interesting there, he's friendly with reporters, no media allowed on his plane. No follow-up questions allowed. Yeah. Look, I know that's very inside baseball, right? It's something we worry about as journalists, sort of our ability to ask a question and then sort of probe deeper on it. But this is obviously an attempt to sort of control the message, to keep it very disciplined. In the world building, the Conservatives have done, they cast the media as their enemy. Yeah. And they say that, they're out to get them, and they're, government-approved mouthpieces in the parliamentary press gallery and this sort of thing. He's avoided some of that today. There was no apple chewing, for example, like the interview out in British Columbia, which was celebrated by Conservatives, but seen as pretty disrespectful by a lot of people in the media. So it's a question of whether that discipline and tone lasts. Because there at the end, when he was asked the question about the security clearance, he sort of went back to the partisan kind of line that he has used before. Yeah,
I should say discipline is completely expected during an election campaign, and we'll see what the rules are around what Mr. Carney is going to do here. And some of that is up to the reporters to kind of manage in terms of the best way to approach a leader. Campaigns are about, yes, connecting with Canadians and making promises, but they're also about minimizing risk for the leaders and making sure you don't find yourself making mistakes. So some discipline control and message control is completely normal. It's a matter of, I think, how far it's going to be. Okay, Mark Carney here, taking the podium at Rideau Hall. Let's listen in now.
Welcome, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. 2 months ago, I was at a rink in Edmonton where I'd learned to play hockey. And that's about as far as you can get from the grandeur of Rideau Hall. And I was there because I was putting up my hand to run for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. And I was doing that because I knew our country needed to take action. We needed to act to fix our economy. We needed to act to fight the Americans. We needed to act to deal with Donald Trump's tariffs. Il y a 9 jours,
9 days ago, our new government was sworn in, and we immediately decided to act. This week, we reached an agreement on national defense with Australia to protect Canada. We strengthened our security relationship with France and the United Kingdom to protect Canadians. We launched discussions on a new trade agreement with the European Union to provide more assistance to Canadian business.
We eliminated the tax on carbon for consumers, for small businesses, and for farmers, to end the division that it was creating amongst Canadians, because we are stronger together. We reversed the increase in the capital gains tax so that builders are encouraged to take risks and be rewarded when they succeed. When I met with the premiers in Ottawa on Friday, we agreed to eliminate barriers to trade and mobility inside our country. And the federal government is leading by committing to legislate the end of all federal barriers to interprovincial trade by July 1st. Together, we will push to create one Canadian economy by Canada Day, because we are stronger together. This past week, we acted to protect workers, using the proceeds of our retaliatory tariffs against America's unjustified trade actions. We acted to unlock major infrastructure projects and get them moving rapidly, including clean and conventional energy, critical minerals, and new trade corridors with reliable trading partners. We acted to create new supports for farmers and businesses during this trade war. We expanded dental care for millions of more Canadians. And we took all of these actions and more to create the foundation to build a stronger Canada. There is so much more to do to secure Canada, to invest in Canada, to build Canada, to unite Canada. That's why I'm asking for a strong, positive mandate from my fellow Canadians. I've just requested that the Governor-General dissolve Parliament and call an election for April 28th. And she has agreed. We are facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes because of President Trump's unjustified trade actions and his threats to our sovereignty. Our response must be to build a strong economy and a more secure Canada. President Trump claims that Canada isn't a real country. He wants to break us so America can own us. We will not let that happen. We're over the shock of the betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves. We have to look out for each other. Nous savons que nous devons veiller les uns sur les autres.
That we must look after each other.
Nous ne pouvons pas contrôler le président américain.
That we cannot control the U.S.
Mais
president.
nous pouvons contrôler
But
notre
we
destin.
can control our own destiny.
Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home.
We can control our destiny. We can have a new Canada built by us, for us. We can give ourselves more than any foreign government can take away. And the best way we can deal with this crisis is to build our strength here at home and help people who will be hit hardest by these tariffs. That's the right thing to do. That's the fair thing to do. That's the Canadian thing to do. That's what makes us strong. As part of that strategy, today I'm proposing a middle-class tax cut to help all working Canadians get ahead. We will cut the lowest income tax bracket by 1 percentage point for a middle-class tax cut that will benefit a two-income family by up to $825 a year. Aujourd'hui, je propose de réduire
Today,
les impôts
I
pour la
am
classe
proposing
moyenne pour
a
aider
middle-class
tous
tax
les
cut
canadiens.
that will help all Canadian workers. We will reduce the lowest tax bracket by 1%. This tax reduction for the middle class will make it possible to give back $825 in revenue to a
I'm
family.
asking Canadians for a strong, positive mandate to deal with President Trump and to build a new Canadian economy that works for everyone. Because I know we need change. Big change. Positive change. You see, my generation was fortunate. For us, there were more opportunities and life was more affordable. You had to work hard, but you could get ahead. That was the bargain. But for the generations that have followed, they're working just as hard or even harder than we did. But they're struggling to pay the rent, to put groceries on the table, and to save for their kids' educations. J'ai passé toute ma carrière
I
à
spent
comprendre comment
all
le
my
monde
career
fonctionne
understanding how the
et
world
comment
works
il pourrait être amélioré
and how
pour nous
it
permettre
can work better
d'en
for us,
tirer
to allow us to benefit the
C'est
most.
ça qui a été notre
That
priorité ces deux
has been our priority these last 9 days, and that will always be the priority of our new government.
Le défi
The challenge is significant, but I want all Canadians to understand that we have everything we need to succeed right here in Canada. If we have the right plan, and if we work together, because building a strong Canada helps everyone, and we will have to show leadership.
It's easy to be negative about everything when you've never fixed anything. It's easy to be negative about everything when you've never built anything, when you've never had to make a payroll. But negative slogans aren't solutions. Anger isn't action. Division isn't strength. Negativity won't win a trade war. Negativity won't pay the rent or the mortgage. Negativity won't bring down the price of groceries. And negativity won't make Canada strong. Nous avons vu où la négativité
We
et
have
la
seen
division ont mené les États-Unis.
how negativity and division have that has led to in the United States. We are stronger when we are united.
Parce qu'ils ne le sont plus.
We will not allow ourselves to be weaker. So let us unite in this time of crisis.
I love Canada. Our country has given me everything. I stood up in Edmonton 2 months ago, and I'm standing here today because I want to give it all back to Canada. So that every Canadian kid, whether they're growing up in Nanaimo or Montreal or St. John or Scarborough or Inuvik, has the same opportunities that I had, the same hope, the same confidence in a brighter future. It's time for all of us to come together and be strong. So I'm asking for your vote so we can be Canada strong. Un Canada fort. Vive le Canada.
Long live Canada.
And with that, I'd be pleased to take your questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll begin our question period. We'll take 15 minutes of question, one follow-up. Merci. On va prendre 15 minutes de questions, une question et une question de suivi. Première question.
Good afternoon, Tonda McCharles with the Toronto Star. Sir, why are you throwing the country into an election in the middle of a tariff war? And if you think it's so necessary now, then why not make it longer so Canadians can really test drive you to see if you represent the change you claim to represent?
Well, a couple of things, Tonda. First is that we have put in place a tremendous amount of change in the 9 days that I have been Prime Minister. That includes changes to taxes, including the announcement today of a middle-class tax cut. But very importantly, we put in place protections for workers. So we made a commitment right from the start that we would use all revenues from retaliatory tariffs to protect our workers. And we put in place changes to the EI system in order to do that. I note that Mr. Poilievre has taken that money and said he will use it for a tax cut. Doesn't care about workers being in place. We put in place protections for businesses through this period. We have shown the scale of our ambition in terms of creating what Canadians have asked for. And I've heard this time and time again across this great country. Canadians want one Canadian economy, not 13. They want us to break down those barriers. So we brought together the first ministers, the premiers of the provinces. We hammered out a consensus about achieving that. We're picking up on the model that Nova Scotia and others have put in place. We're making a commitment at the federal level to legislate the removal of all these barriers by Canada Day so we can have free trade by Canada Day. So we've done a lot, I could go on, but we've done a lot in the 9 days to put in place many of the foundations. But what's important is that the government has a mandate from the Canadian people to finish the job of building that Canadian economy, to finish the job of diversifying our trading partners, and to have a strong mandate to stand up to Donald Trump and the Americans and negotiate the best deal for Canadians. And that's what I will do.
After that meeting Friday night, you said you linked Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives to Elon Musk and Donald Trump's approach to cutting taxes, regulations, foreign aid. Mr. Poilievre's just staked out his own platform pitch to Canadians right now today, saying that he will stand up to Trump, that a Liberal's still just a Liberal. So on what basis can you fairly compare the Canadian Conservatives to Trump-style Republican Conservatives?
Well, first, the comparisons are quite easy. You look at the language mirrors, and the track record of language stretches back over years. It's not a recent phenomenon, so straight from the language, number one. Secondly, from the intention. So Elon Musk stands up and says, and the Trump administration eliminates foreign aid. Within a few days, Pierre Poilievre flies in and out of Nunavut and says, I'm going to eliminate foreign aid. By the way, doesn't talk to the Premier, doesn't talk to local Indigenous leaders while he's there, not our approach, obviously. So a series of words plus proposals which are uncannily familiar with the proposals of the Trump administration. Very different from our approach, very different from approach, for example, to building a housing market, both offering much greater supply, very different from our approach. I'll give you one last example because I know there's a long lineup of questions. Today, we announced that we are going to expand dental care. Now, the dental care program that was put in place several months ago now serves 1.8 million Canadians. 1.8 million Canadians have received dental care under this program. These are people who could not afford dental care previously. Pierre Poilievre pretends they don't exist. We've just expanded the potential pool by another 4.5 million Canadians who also are in that situation. That is a very different approach to Canada. That's a Canada that brings Canadians together, protects all. That's the Canada we're offering.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Ashley Burke, CBC News. You've repealed the capital gains tax changes, and you're promising this middle-class tax cut, but you're also making new spending commitments. So how do you plan to pay for that, and what kind of cuts will you have to make to keep up with your promise of a deficit below 1% of GDP?
Well, a couple of things. One is that we are looking at driving efficiency in government, in other words, productivity in government, by flipping around the approach to government, which is to concentrate on the outcomes as opposed to the dollars in. And so that's part of the reason why, it's the core reason why we put in place a new Ministry Department of Government Transformation, use a series of reviews on programs, but also new technologies, AI, to drive those productivity. I'm going to, if I may, Ashley, just clarify something which you said, which is that we're differentiating between spending less as a government, and I would recall that government spending has gone up around 9% on average over the last several years. So we're going to get that level of spending increase down. That in and of itself will create room. But what we're concentrating on is Canada investing more. It is time to build. It's a tremendous time to build out this economy. It's what we need to do to create jobs, higher paying jobs and growth. And we will use scarce taxpayers' dollars to catalyze huge private investment in the likes of opportunities that we discussed as First Ministers on Friday. And for those who didn't watch it, I can understand why people wouldn't have watched that, so I'll say it now. This is clean and conventional energy. These are new trade corridors. This is millions and millions of homes in this country to get the cost of new homes down for all Canadians. And that's what we're looking to do as a government. That's what we will do as a government. And we put many of the foundations in place in just 9 days. We're asking for a mandate to finish that job. En français maintenant ou après?
Oui, sur ce que vous coupez juste là. On what you're cutting.
En ce qui concerne l'assainissement budgétaire,
yes, with respect to budget issues,
la productivité du gouvernement, que les réductions des dépenses actuelles. Alors,
we need to spend less government revenue and focus on results
les dépenses,
as opposed to simply spending. Second, we are focused on investment in Canada. By using government revenue to catalyze private investment in housing, in the clean energy sector, in the conventional energy sector, and critical minerals, etc., all of which we discussed at the First Minister's meeting.
You're a new leader, but the Liberal government has been in power for a decade. Your ministers served under the Trudeau government. Why should Canadians believe that when you say that you represent something different and change?
Well, I have several things. The first is that you've seen a change in approach and action. It's not words, but action. So the changes to the tax regime that I've mentioned, the changes to our approach to housing, you'll see much more in the coming week in terms of increasing dramatically the supply of housing. A change to the approach to our external trading partners and our security partnerships with the accords with France, with the United Kingdom, the building out with the European Union, changes to the coverage of healthcare in this economy. So all of those steps, the scale of ambition and change in creating one Canadian economy. And I think one of the things that I would emphasize is that I recognize, and my government recognizes, the need to act dramatically and act rapidly to build an economy that's strong for Canada, to control what we can control, to build for us and by us. That's what we're doing. The other thing I would add is that we have some very strong members of our caucus of ministers. I'm fortunate to serve with them. We are recruiting some exceptionally strong candidates across this country. Some have been announced. Many more will be announced in the coming days. This is a renewed government, and the proof is in the action, and the action has been considerable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carney. Christopher Nardi from the National Post. So Alberta Premier Danielle Smith recently said that she had asked the United States administration to pause their tariffs during the federal election because they were benefiting Liberals in the polls and hurting Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre. What is your response to those comments, and will you be able to work with the Premier in light of that revelation?
Well, my responsibility is to work with all Canadians, with all stakeholders, certainly with the premiers, with national Indigenous organizations, with Labour, with other stakeholders, with everyone. So that's my responsibility. I take that seriously. I was pleased that at the First Minister's meeting we had unanimous consent on our communique, on our objectives. We have to follow through with action for that. With respect to the Premier's comments, I take note of her alignment of Mr. Poilievre with Mr. Trump, and would note that that's one of the decisions that Canadians will have to make, whether they want a government that is unifying, that's standing up for Canada, and is taking focused action to build a better economy, or they want division and Americanism, and that's what Mr. Poilievre seems to be offering, and just endorsed by the Premier of Alberta.
In French, on Ms. Smith, please.
Oh, mon Dieu. OK. C'est beaucoup. Alors,
that's a lot.
Première chose.
First of all, as Prime Minister, I will work with all groups, with the premiers of this country, and with Indigenous leaders and unions, workers, and the society in general. That is my job, and that's what I will do. And there is an example that I'd like to mention with the consensus that we were able to reach on Friday at the First Minister's meeting. And furthermore, it would seem that the Premier of Alberta is saying that, in fact, Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Trump are pretty much the same. So that's the choice for Canadians. A Canadian Trump or a government that unites the country and focuses on action in order to build a strong economy that works for all Canadians. Not easy to jump into French, eh?
During the leadership campaign, you promised to, quote, cap immigration until it reached sustainable pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic immigration levels were rising. So will you be lowering, maintaining, or increasing current immigration levels?
Yeah, this is an important question. So the way I would characterize the situation is that post-COVID, there was a surge in immigration, both in temporary foreign workers, in foreign students, as well as permanent immigration, and we have not lived up have not lived up to the bargain with those people. There's not adequate housing. Not everyone who came here for an education was getting an education that they would expect. And a consequence of that, many other aspects, but a consequence of that is the new caps that have been put in place on much lower levels of immigration, including temporary foreign workers, including foreign students. And those caps, or something similar to those levels, in my judgment, need to remain in place until we've expanded housing. We've reabsorbed the levels of immigration that have happened in our country, and so there's not a predetermined point where one would remove or adjust those caps. Si je peux dire, parce que chaque question est
I can say this because every question is in English and French. If I can say, with respect to Quebec, well, for Quebec, the issue is integrating immigrants and making them part of Quebec society. So there is a need for a pace that can make that happen.
Prime Minister Carney, you're a practicing Catholic. You went to church before you visited the Governor General this morning. Do you explicitly support a woman's right to choose? And how will your faith impact your policy deliberations should you win this election?
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't have drawn attention to the fact I went to church, but thank you for noting it. I absolutely support a woman's right to choose unreservedly, and will defend it as the Liberal Party has defended it proudly and consistently. I will defend the Charter proudly and consistently, as the Liberal Party does. I would say this: I don't speak about these matters. I think what's relevant, when I say matters, my personal faith or spirituality, but I'll say what's relevant, is that it informs my sense of responsibility and service. I feel, that I should serve our country the best I can. And if I go back to my journey to be standing in front of you here, I did feel at the turn of the year, as the crisis bore down on us and the need for big change, that I should put my hand up and be part of that change. I'm humbled that I was chosen as leader of the Liberal Party. I'm privileged that I have had this time in government, a short time in government. We have made major changes to put Canada in a stronger position, a much stronger position. But much more needs to be done, and that's why I'm standing here in front of you and have asked, and the Governor General has agreed, for us to have this election so that we can make real change, positive change that brings this country together and builds an economy that works for everyone.
Why did you choose to run in the riding of Nepean, and what was involved in your decision in terms of also the fact that Mr. Chandra Arya, who has represented this riding for quite some time as a Liberal, what is the situation involving him being disqualified from running in this race? And do you live in this riding?
So several things there in your question. First, the decision of candidates selection or candidate approval, we have within the Liberal Party a committee called the Green Light Committee, which takes into account various information about candidates, does basic candidate due diligence, if I can put it that way. Mr. Arya, so I am not a member of that committee. They take their decisions. Mr. Arya, as you know, was disqualified from the leadership race for the Liberal Party because of certain factors. That informed the decision, is my understanding, of the Green Light Committee to recommend that he be disqualified as a candidate in Nepean. Now, from my perspective, I've been a resident in the Ottawa area for almost 20 years, with the exception, of course, when I was quite obviously a resident in London when I was governor of the Bank of England, but apart from the time when I was governor there, I've been resident in Ottawa. I know Nepean well. I was best man to Peter Chiarelli, grew up in Nepean, so from Barhaven to Bell's Corners and in between, it's an area I know well. And in many respects, it's representative of many of the aspects, not all the aspects, but many of the aspects of this country. Median incomes around probably $50,000, $55,000, so a little less than the national average, but in there. Very diverse, both the opportunities and the challenges that we face as a country, and those are challenges that I'm looking to address. That's why I put my hand up. That's why I'm here as Prime Minister. That's what I'm eager to move forward with my Liberal colleagues on. And this is the positive vision that we're putting forward for the people of Nepean, the people of Ottawa, the people of Ontario, the people of Canada. Thank you very much.
And could we also have a question in French following your answer?
Okay.
Yes. Now, as regards Mr. Chandra Arya, there is a process within the Liberal Party that has to do with green lighting candidates in an election, and that committee reviews various considerations in order to make a decision. With respect to Nepean, perhaps I could stop there to get a final question in French. Yes, hello, Mr. Carney, Le Devoir. My first question, and then I'd like a follow-up. You say you want to make the public service more lean and mean. Can you tell us which programs you would like to cut? Well, there are two things. If there is a program put in place to accelerate investment in housing, then each government dollar should bring another dollar from the private sector. So it's a question of productivity, not about cutting. Well, you still have not spoken to Mr. Trump, and the relationship with the United States is really a major concern for voters. They will decide who's the best person to stand up to Mr. Trump. And since the campaign is very short, do you intend to meet with Mr. Trump at some point? And do you feel you can stand up to Mr. Trump? Yes, absolutely. I can certainly stand up to Mr. Trump, but there are certain conditions for my discussion with Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump must recognize that Canada is a sovereign country. He has to say that. He has to accept that. Before we can have a discussion about a trade agreement. So you will not be speaking to Mr. Trump. Well, let's just say there is no meeting that has been planned, but...
Merci, c'est ce qui m'a fait la conférence de presse. Thank you.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance.
All right, and that is the Liberal leader, Mark Carney, explaining to Canadians why he feels he wants a strong, positive mandate, in his words, during the course of this next campaign. That is what he will be trying to convince Canadians of, that he is the one to bring that. He spent a lot of time talking about how his action as Prime Minister over this brief time, 9 days, 10 days, shows what he could do if he were given that strong positive mandate, saying, look at what I got done in just 1 week. He also offered up some policy, additional policy, proposing a middle class tax cut to the lowest tax income bracket of 1%. That would affect 22 million Canadians. Pierre Poilievre also has a middle class tax cut, but we don't know the details of it yet. Mr. Carney decided to throw that on the table on day one of this election campaign. I'll bring in David Cochrane, who's been sitting here with me. There was a lot in what Mr. Carney had to say, and certainly some strong positioning in terms of how negativity divides, that he wants to build a stronger Canada. But give me your sense.
Well, look, he is like Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney, even though he is the leader of the incumbent party in power, is positioning himself as a candidate of change and pointing to the things that he has done in the 9 or 10 days since he's been the Prime Minister. Look, he talks about ending the carbon tax to end the division in the country, going ahead with a permanent scrapping of the increase in the capital gains inclusion rate. You know, taking credit for ending programs your government brought in that people didn't like is an, you know, if you punch me in the nose, you don't get to say when it stops bleeding, aren't you happy that you're feeling better now? This is something they did that they chose.
But he didn't do it, is his point.
I understand that, but the team that is running for him did do it. So, like, that is a bit of political gymnastics happening there.
Sure.
But look, he put a couple of things on the table in that speech. The tax cut, raising or cutting 1% off the lowest tax bracket. That's a broad-based tax cut. That's going to hit low, middle income, everybody, like 22 million Canadians. A family with 2 incomes will save about $825 a year. So that is a Liberal leading with a tax cut right out of the gate, which is an interesting shift from what we would have seen under the Trudeau years. He talked a bit about generational fairness. The Liberals have seen their growth in the polls in recent weeks really come from a lot of baby boomers and people who are older, 55, and Generation X as well. He seems to point to something coming very soon on housing that would really make a pitch to the younger generation. Called what the U.S. did a betrayal. Said we're over the shock of the betrayal, but we cannot forget the lessons. And then the contrast point he's trying to make with Pierre Poilievre. He says he wants a strong positive mandate. He did mention Pierre Poilievre in his prepared remarks, saying it's easy to be negative about everything when you've never fixed anything. Negativity won't win a trade war, it won't pay the rent, it won't make Canada better. So he's attacking Pierre Poilievre thematically there, and then specifically when he talked about the language Pierre Poilievre uses and trying to connect him to Donald Trump, and in highlighting Pierre Poilievre's position that they're going to cut foreign aid if the Conservatives form government, linking that to what Elon Musk is doing with this Doge operation in the United States. Now, Pierre Poilievre did talk about this in his recent trip up north, and that's when it got a lot of attention. But the Conservative leader has been talking about cutting foreign aid really since the Israel-Hamas war began, you know, going back to October of 2023. So it's something he's put out there prior to Elon Musk and, you know, the creation of Doge. But, you know, in the context, they're drawing those parallels there. And finally, he was asked about his decision to run in Nepean here in Ottawa. Chandra Arya, who is a 3-term Liberal MP, has had his candidacy revoked by the party. On the eve of this election, he was disqualified from the Liberal leadership race. The specific reasons have not been made public as to why that has happened. I would note that Chandra Arya has not appealed any of this. He has not taken legal action against the party to try to have the decision reversed, at least. Well, certainly not in the leadership and not to this point on the candidacy. The interesting little point on him running in Nepean is that the adjacent riding is Carleton, and that's where Pierre Poilievre is the candidate. So the two front-runners to be the Prime Minister of Canada in this election are running in ridings that are right next door to each other. Their borders touch. And the best Costco in Ottawa is right there on the boundary.
I wouldn't know, but I'll take your word for it. I'm just going to point out two other things there before I bring in Eric Renier. One, he said directly about, Prime Minister Carney said directly about the president claims that Canada isn't a real country and wants to break us so that America can own us. That was the language he used about Donald Trump. And then I just want to quickly talk about how the Liberal Party would pay for this in government. He was asked that question. He talked about how they would concentrate on outcomes from government programs as opposed to dollars in, and pointed to his government transformation department that would review programs, bring in AI, and says that the government spending has gone up 9% and that they will get that down, which will immediately free up some room there. But I think there's a lot more questions around that issue there. It is not clear to me what that means. You know, what you're going to review, what specifically AI would replace. Who in particular? Would there be job losses connected to these things? Those are things we'll have to ask.
Yeah, there was some, and one of his final answers there in French when he talked about it, is that essentially if you have a program that, you know, spends $1 of public money to try to increase the housing supply, it needs to be able to leverage $1 of private capital as well. So he's talking about productivity gains there in terms of any buck he spends on something like this should leverage something else. And this transformation department is new. Ali Assassi, Toronto MP, new cabinet minister, is in that. So how AI fits into this, whether it's just productivity, automating more service delivery, like on passports and things like that, who knows? But it's about slowing the rate of growth, it seems, rather than cuts. Okay. But the numbers on that's going to matter. Okay, I'm going to bring in Eric Grenier here before we head to the Montreal, where the Green Party is launching. Eric is, of course, is a polls and elections analyst, founder of the RIT.ca, in charge of our poll tracker for this election. Eric, just remind people of how tight this race is between Liberals and Conservatives right now.
Yeah, in the national polling average, the race is very close. So we're starting off with things in really a neck-and-neck race. And we can look at the numbers right now. The Liberals are leading on average with about 37.5% support, and the Conservatives are not very far behind. They trail with 37.1%. So it is a neck-and-neck race between those two parties. For the other parties, we've seen that the New Democrats have fallen down quite a bit. They're down to just under 12%, 6% right now for the Bloc Québécois, and 4% for the Greens. So it is a very tight race between the two front-runners. It's certainly not what things looked like at the beginning of the year when Justin Trudeau resigned, when the Conservatives were leading on average by about 25 points.
Okay, so give us a sense of how that translates into seats, because as you've talked about, vote efficiency means that things will look one way and present differently when it comes down to the seat breakdown.
Yeah, that's right. So there is a close race in the national polling, but in seat projections, not so much. If we look at where things are right now, the Liberals are leading in the seat projection pretty comfortably with 174 seats projected. At the moment, you need 172 for a majority government. So the Liberals are right now just above that threshold. The Conservatives are right now projected to win 134 seats if the election were held today. The Bloc Québécois would drop a handful of seats and go down to 26. The NDP would drop to just 7. They had 25 seats in the last election and 2 for the Greens. But you can see that the advantage that the Liberals have in the seat projection far greater than the very small advantage they have in the polls. In the last 2 elections, the Conservatives won the popular vote by just over a percentage point, and the Liberals won about 40 more seats. So the fact that we have a close race in the national polls does mean that the Liberals have the advantage as this race begins.
Okay, what about the chances of victory then? That's seat projections, but what about the chances of victory in terms of who will actually win?
Yeah, this is based on what the numbers say right now. Obviously, things are going to change in the next 5 weeks, but if we did say that tomorrow was election day, the Liberals would have about a 3 in 4 chance of winning the most seats right now. We're currently projecting that there'd have there'd be actually a 48% chance of a majority. Sorry, the numbers here are mixed up. 26% chance that the Liberals would win a minority, and the Conservatives would have a roughly 1 in 4 chance of winning the most seats, but a very low chance of a majority government based on where the numbers are today.
And just one final question, Eric. How solid do you think the Liberal support is? Is there a way to measure that? Because that is something people are asking about, whether this is a blip, momentum, or whether this is something bigger, the beginning of a wave potentially.
I do think that the Liberal support that we see in the polls is not as strong as perhaps they would like it to be, because obviously Mark Carney is a new leader. His leadership, his own personal numbers have been going up as he becomes better known, but there are still a lot of Canadians who don't know that much about Mark Carney. So over the next 5 weeks, the Liberals have the advantage, and Mark Carney has a chance to make a first impression. If that goes well, then the Liberals could continue to hold the lead in the polls and win on Election Day. If it doesn't go so well, then the Conservative numbers might go back up to where they were just a few weeks ago.
Okay, Eric Grenier, nice to see you there rocking David Cochran's studio. Why not? If he's stuck with me, you may as well use it. We'll come back to you. Thanks so much, Eric Grenier of theWrit.ca. Also uses our poll tracker, which is you can find at CBC.ca. Super valuable if you're trying to get a sense of where things are going and trend lines. That's what the work that Eric does for us, and we appreciate it. Come back to you, David, as we wait for the Green Party launch. That's going to happen in just about 2 minutes. So if I cut you off, that's why. Yeah. I mean, that was a strong launch by the Liberal leader, but in part because he had the advantage of being Prime Minister for 9 days, right? So he had a lot of attention. He had the system or the government machine behind him, if you will, and it allowed him to demonstrate the kind of big things he could do in a short amount of time. I don't know if he could still keep going at that pace if he wins again, but it was interesting how he used his short time as Prime Minister to launch him here today.
Well, and there's an interesting dynamic that's going to play out in this election. And look, he still hasn't talked to Donald Trump, I don't believe. He hasn't visited Donald Trump, and I don't know if he will. But, 10 days from now, in the middle of the second week of this election campaign, it's April 2nd. That's the tariff day in the United States. That's when all the pauses go away and the global reciprocal tariffs come into place. I don't know if Mark Carney will go to Washington to see Donald Trump, but you can see Mélanie Joly, you could see Dominic LeBlanc, you could see François-Philippe Champagne going there, and this creates a set piece that the Liberals can take advantage of the way Doug Ford did in the Ontario election that the opposition parties can't match. So he's had the advantage of incumbency in the time leading up to now, and he'll have it during the campaign if Trump amplifies things and they need to respond to it in a formal machine of governance way because they are still the government even during this election.
That's right. And he did say there and has said before he doesn't intend to go down to meet with Donald Trump if Donald Trump doesn't stop saying the thing about the 51st state. Let's go now to the co-leaders of the Green Party, Jonathan Petteneau and Elizabeth May, at their campaign launch in Montreal.
Millionaires are getting richer, and in the meantime, millions of Canadians like us are struggling. This is not an easy time.
No, I'm okay.
It's not an easy time, and we're exhausted, crushed by what is happening. And this is affecting our spirit.
To be grateful, to settle for less, but deep down, we know that this isn't working. And we're not imagining things. This system is rigged. And it is rigged against us. Là, va falloir dire les choses comme elles sont. Le Canada
let's say it the way it is. Canada is not broken.
Il est pillé. Il est pillé par un système qui est conçu pour
it is
extraire
affected
notre
negatively
temps,
by
nos
a system that takes our time, our resources, and our future in order to enrich some people at the expense of the majority. So we have to take care of our people. And we mustn't listen to what some people are saying. And these people want us to make us believe we can't change anything. They're trying to fool us because what we know and what you know is that together, if we're united, we can change things.
Canada is rich. It is rich in people, rich in compassion, rich in inventivity, and rich in resources. We can house everyone. We can feed everyone. We can protect our land, but that demands courage. Courage to tax the ultra-rich. Courage to stop giving subsidies to the largest corporations on our land. It demands courage to rebuild what has been torn down. Le courage en 2025, c'est de refuser le mensonge selon lequel ce qu'on a déjà présentement, c'est le mieux qu'on puisse avoir.
The idea that what we have is the best we can have. It's the courage to stand up and work together and to work towards the future of this country as we are united.
Solutions, they will not come by waiting for a single person to fix them or to save us. The solutions will come by electing the most honest, brave, and visionary parliament we can possibly dream of. And we will do this in this election. Les solutions, elles viendront pas d'en haut.
Solutions will not come from the top. They'll come from all of us together.
It is high time we bring Canada to Ottawa, not the reverse. And we will do this together. Alors, à un moment où l'avenir de
So
tellement
at a
de monde
time
est en jeu,
when the future of so many people is at stake, I'm very pleased that to be the co-leader of the Green Party at the age of 35 as a young person, because for me, the future is not a privilege, it is a right that governments turn their backs on and foster the interests of the richest at our expense.
It's an honor for me to be the youngest leader on this stage during this federal election, because for me, as for many of you, the future is not a privilege. It is a right that gets violated every single time leaders spend more time caring about their own careers or their donors instead of your kids and our communities. Moi, j'ai passé plus de 15 ans en zone de guerre. I've seen the world for what it is, in a way that no other federal leader has. Entre l'Ukraine et l'Afghanistan,
Ukraine, Afghanistan, I worked to protect human rights and peace because I knew that whatever people may be afraid of, in a crisis you have to stand up. It's about bravery and love. It's about looking after each other. And it's certainly not a single leader that can make all of that happen. We have to be united to
over the past 15
brave
years. From Ukraine to Afghanistan, from Venezuela to Libya, I've seen what collapse looks like. But I've also seen people rise up to the challenge when they act together with clarity and purpose. And I know that our team, the Green Team, has what it takes to make Canada rise and resist and face the future with open arms and open hearts. Là, nos voisins au sud de la frontière sont en train de flirter avec
neighbors to the south are flirting with authoritarianism and fascism, hate and violence. All of those things are gaining ground. So if we don't defend our democracy, no one else will do it for us.
My friends, the threat is real. We cannot afford to sit this one out. We must vote now, as though our country depends on it, because more than ever before, it does. C'est important que tous les Canadiens se rendent aux urnes. C'est le temps de voter parce que cette fois, plus que jamais, ça compte.
It matters.
À Montréal, on l'a toujours su.
We've always known that. You've always known that.
Un autre avenir est possible.
A better future is possible, and it will start right now, today, with Elizabeth and I, in Outremont, and right across the country.
Let's get to work. Le travail commence aujourd'hui. Elisabeth.
The work is starting now.
Merci, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you to all Canadians who this morning are waiting for the time of the Greens.
We have to be in this election more than ever, and I say this to the other political party leaders who are also speaking to Canadians this morning. Despite the fact that we're in an election, we have to remain Team Canada. Yeah. We have to be strong together because there is a threat. There's a threat, and there's a threat. It's not just one person. Just as Jonathan just said, the solutions for Canada don't rest in one leader or one party, but all of us, tout le monde ensemble. C'est nécessaire.
Everyone together,
but there's not just
that's what we need.
Threat, one person whose name is Trump. There's a global billionaire class of oligarchs who seek to destroy democracies all around the world. So Team Canada, what does it look like in an election? So many Canadians ask me, they say, I've stopped buying anything from the United States. I'm buying Canadian. I've canceled my vacation in the United States. What else can I do? C'est pour ça il y a une réponse, votez.
We can get out and vote. We have to vote.
It's going to be an election that matters like never before. Voter turnout in this country has been declining. This time, it's your patriotic duty to vote. Every single Canadian 18 years and older, get out and vote. 18 years and older, get out and run. This is an election where, as Jonathan has said, vote like your country depends on it. Vote like your planet depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it. Let's have the highest voter turnout in the history of Canada. Take that, Trump. We're a country. We vote. We're proud citizens. And we will stand together against any threat you can put to us, our democracy, Ukraine, its democracy, Denmark, Panama, you name it, Canada protects our own. We leave no one behind. And we stand strong for a world that respects human rights, respects democracy, respects the rule of law, and makes sure that we no longer steal the future from our children and grandchildren. À toi.
Merci. Le moment qu'on rencontre aujourd'hui, c'est un moment
The moment we are facing
définir
today is one that will define the decades to come. A moment where we can really take the bull by the horns and take the necessary actions to look our children in the eyes and say, look, I did what I had to do. I was there. I fought for your rights. I fought for your future. For too long in
that
Canada,
is the Green Party co-leaders,
Jonathan
Jonathan Petneau, who's running in Outremont, and Elizabeth May running for her seat again out in British Columbia. But let's bring in our at-issue team here. We have a very short window before the NDP pops up, but I wanted to get their perspective, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and Aaron Wary, and for Chantal Hébert, on what we heard specifically from Mark Carney. Andrew, do you want to start off? I mean, there was a lot in there, but interesting positioning of how he was saying, look at what I did in 9 days as Prime Minister. That's what I would do if you give me a strong, positive mandate going forward.
Yeah, if we thought that the technocrat was going to be offering policy purism and sort of Marquess of Queensberry rules in politics, I think we're learning he's quite game for brass knuckle politics. So first of all, the language about Pierre Poilievre was quite arresting, calling him an American Trump in French, saying he offered division and Americanism. So he's clearly taking the gloves off there. Secondly, on policy front, we've already seen him take the carbon tax off, which was discarding what is universally regarded as the sound policy in favor of policies that must by perforce be less sound. But this middle class, quote unquote, tax cut, the percentage point cut in the lowest tax bracket, is probably the least efficient, least well-designed tax cut you could possibly imagine. It's enormously expensive. A lot of the benefit of it will go to people in upper income because that lowest bracket applies to some portion of their income, and with no increased incentive to invest or any of the kind of supply side effects you would hope from a tax cut, because it's all in the income that they earned on the first dollar rather than the last dollar. So it's politically attractive. It's really bad in policy terms, and we shouldn't be surprised.
Well, maybe that should show us that he's willing to leave his mantle of economist behind, as he's now fully embraced the politician label that he has. Because it's very much a shrewd political play if it affects 22 million Canadians. Althea, what did you make of what you heard from Mr. Carney?
I thought it was politically smart. I mean, in addition to the stuff we talked about earlier. He's basically saying that you can have all the policies that Pierre Poilievre has talked about. Like, I agree with what Pierre Poilievre is saying about how the promise of Canada, we have not lived up to it. I will focus on housing affordability. I will focus on many of the things Pierre Poilievre has talked about, but I will offer a more unified message, a more positive version of that. And you can trust me to deliver on that. And I thought the contrast, just image-wise, he almost looks like a cookie-cutter, like out-of-casting politician that you could have put in a Hollywood movie to play the Prime Minister. And they're clearly trying to focus on that leadership question that Andrew was talking about during the first panel. Yep. I do think that the middle-class tax cut, that is clearly the headline the Liberals want coming out of this announcement, coming out of today's announcement, is politically savvy because, frankly, it benefits nearly everybody. But I thought his answer to the last question, which was only given in French, is probably one that is going to have the most legs. He said that he would not sit down with Donald Trump and negotiate a new trade agreement, a revised trade agreement, until the president says and acknowledges that Canada is a sovereign country. And I think that they probably wish, actually, he had to repeat it in English, because that kind of sets a tone and answers the question about why he hasn't, why didn't he run off to Washington to meet with Donald Trump, as so many Conservatives, including the Premier of Saskatchewan, suggested he should do, rather than meet with European counterparts during his first week. So I thought that was a politically savvy move to a question that has kind of turned into a vulnerability.
Yeah, he seems willing to take a phone call from Donald
Yes.
Trump, but he's not
Willing to
to
chat at any
engage
time, but not
yeah.
sit down for
Yeah.
a discussion.
Yeah, but not, we're not doing a serious negotiation until the president changes his approach to Canada and his language. Aaron, what did you make of it? I mean, I also just think dropping a middle-class tax cut on your first day out the door is quite something. We know Pierre Poilievre has a middle-class tax cut coming. We just don't know when that will be announced and what the details are. But you've kind of put him squeezed him into a corner, given that Mr. Carney did this on day one.
Yeah, it suggests to me that the Liberals aren't running, sort of a classic safe front-runner campaign. The sort of conventional wisdom on this, right, has shifted, that the Liberals are now sort of in the driver's seat, that Mark Carney might even be the front-runner in this campaign. And you can sort of talk yourself into thinking that maybe the Liberals would have played it a bit safer, or sort of, saved future days, I guess, for announcements like today. Announcing it right off the bat, I think, suggests that they still see some need to be aggressive and, on the front foot. And the comments on Poilievre, I think, go to that too, that they can't sit back and simply bank on Mark Carney looking prime ministerial and hope that this momentum keeps going, that they still have to press their case. I think the comment about not wanting to sit down with sit down with Donald Trump, I think it's interesting both as a kind of show of strength, I guess, by Mark Carney, or an attempt to show strength on Mark Carney's part. I think it's also interesting in just another indication of how much the conversation has shifted, right? When Justin Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago last fall, it was sort of seen as a smart move, right? We needed to get in there, we needed to get talking. Yeah. That was kind of the mode, the idea that sort of animated the first 4 years of dealing with Donald Trump. And I think now, both the political wisdom and sort of the public mood has shifted so much that a prime minister can say, well, I'm not going to sit down with him until he recognizes our sovereignty. And you aren't entirely sure that that's necessarily a bad idea at this point.
Well, it sure doesn't. Whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, it plays into what Canadians want to see, which is someone who's not willing to take whatever from the president. I'm going to let you all go now because Jagmeet Singh is arriving at his launch. I'll see Andrew and Althea later today. Aaron, I think you have to stick around just in case. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. See you a bit later. I'm going to go now to Montreal, where the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is about to launch his campaign. Oh, he's in Ottawa. Of course he is. That's why you can see Parliament Hill behind him. Here now, the NDP leader making his pitch at what is a key moment for his campaign and the success of his party, very much in question so far in the polls.
Thank you so much, my friends, for being here. Thank you for taking the time. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. This land has been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial, and we recognize their enduring presence, culture, and stewardship of these lands. We commit ourselves to reconciliation and justice, not just in words, but in action. And I want to take a moment to recognize some of the incredible people in this room. Our dedicated volunteer, our team, thank you so much. Our candidates who are ready to fight for you. Yes. And most importantly, you, the people who make this country great. Thank you. My parents chose Canada because they believed in the promise of a country where if you worked hard, you can build a good life, where we look out for one another and no one gets left behind. That's who we are. That's what makes us Canadian. The things that we are most proud of as Canadians didn't just happen. They were not gifts from the powerful. New Democrats fought for them because you believe that if you get sick, you get care. So we fought for and won universal health care. Because no one should go bankrupt trying to pay a hospital bill. We believe that if you've worked hard all your life, you should be able to retire with dignity. So we fought for and won pensions. We believe that you have the right to join a union. so you can demand fairness and stand up to the boss. So we fought for those rights and we won. We believe that whoever you are, whether you were born here or you came here, whatever the color of your skin, whoever you love, or what pronouns you use, however you worship or what you believe, you belong, you are valued, and you have every right to everything this country has to offer. These are NDP values. These are Canadian values. That's the Canada I love, and that's the Canada worth fighting for. And when New Democrats are elected, that's exactly what we do. Even before Donald Trump started his greedy trade war, times were tough. And we fought to make things better for you and your family. Paid sick days and laws to protect you at work, that was us. Dental care, so you don't have to choose between living in pain and buying groceries, that was us. Pharmacare, so you can afford the medicine your doctor prescribes, that was us. Because we believe that the promise of Canada belongs to all of us. Let me tell you a story of Brianna. Brianna is a mom that I met in Edmonton. I met her in a park with her beautiful family. She's got 5 kids, single mom, and so she is struggling. So this is all she could do is to keep the roof over her head, to support her kids, and put food on the table. And so as a mom, she had to make some sacrifices. She had to make some tough choices. And one of the things that she had to do, given how expensive things are, is she could not afford to take her kids to the dentist. And she felt a lot of mom guilt. It's a feeling that a lot of parents understand, that feeling that you're not doing everything you can to take care of your kids. And so she felt that guilt until we fought for and delivered dental care for kids. That dental care meant the difference for her family. The first time that they saw a dentist was because of that plan we fought for. And she told me that her eldest actually turned out to have a rare condition that they caught early, and now he's going to have an awesome life. Her other kids were able to get dental care for the first time in their lives, and they're happier and healthier. And I can attest to that because I saw them in that park smiling and playing. I can remember that look of joy on their faces and that feeling that Brianna had, knowing that she had been able to take care of her kids. Brianna is who we fight for, and we will keep fighting for her and every Canadian. But today, that promise of a great future is slipping further and further away. I hear it everywhere I go. A mother sitting at her kitchen table, bills spread out in front of her, wondering if she can pay the rent or still afford groceries. A young couple scrolling through listings, realizing that owning a home is slipping further out of reach. A senior without a family doctor, waiting for the health care they need. And now, because of Donald Trump's illegal trade war, things are getting even more expensive. Thousands of Canadians are losing their jobs. The people who built this country are paying the greatest price, and that's not fair. They deserve a government that has their backs. You deserve a government that has your back, and we will fight like hell to make sure that happens. You deserve a prime minister you can trust to make decisions in your best interest, not to advance his personal wealth. And we know that someone who's going to be fighting in your best interest, that's not Mark Carney. He has spent his whole career serving the interests of billionaires, of shareholders, and CEOs. He makes decisions that benefit people like him. He's not our guy. Because anyone who profits off the crisis should not be in charge of fixing it. Right now, the people who built this country, the folks without multi-million-dollar portfolios, without blind trusts or hedge funds, the people who earn their living by showing up to work, who dream of owning a home, raising a family, and retiring with a modest pension. They're being abandoned. Mark Carney spent his career making sure the system worked for the most wealthy, not for you. While families struggled to pay rent, he was helping banks and investors profit off the housing crisis. When people needed relief, he made sure corporations driving up prices kept raking in profits. He cashed in while Canadians were struggling. Now he wants you to believe he'll fix the very things that made him and his friends richer. He won't fight for everyday people because that's not who he is. And that won't change now. And Pierre Poilievre, his only solution is tax breaks for the wealthy, and that will cost you. He pretends he's on your side, but in the back rooms, he's cutting deals with the very billionaires, jacking up your rent and groceries. He posed in front of workers who had just lost their jobs, and he said nothing about fixing EI to help them pay the bills. Pierre Poilievre talks about freedom, but he's only offering freedom for the ultra-rich, freedom for corporations to jack up your rent, freedom for billionaires to avoid paying taxes, freedom for big corporations to buy up our healthcare. Where he has promised to make deep cuts, making wait times even longer, pushing more people into private for-profit clinics. He wants to gut environmental protections, handing more control to big polluters who put profits ahead of clean air and water. He would strip away supports that help Canadians make ends meet, forcing families to fend for themselves while billionaires get even richer. When times get tougher, he won't step in. He'll step aside. That's not leadership. That's not a plan that will build a Canada we can be proud of. Let me be perfectly clear. We will never be Trump's 51st state, not in name, not in values, not ever. Elbows up, everybody. And I won't let anyone in this election tell Canadians that the only way to beat Donald Trump is to become more like his version of the United States, where billionaires rule and everyday people pay. Now, I get it. Right now, it can feel like a storm is closing in on us. People are looking for shelter, for protection, for someone to keep them and their families safe. People who are afraid a Pierre Poilievre government might make them think they have no choice but Carney. But this is like being told you have to pick between a leaky house, a house with a leaky roof, or a cracked foundation. One patched together with empty conservative slogans, the other rotting from the inside after years of liberals protecting the most wealthy. Now, those houses are not the same, but neither will hold up when the storm hits, because neither was built for you. People will tell you in this election that it's about who can negotiate with Donald Trump. I'm here to tell you the real question is, who will make sure you and the things that you care about are not on the table? When Donald Trump comes demanding concessions, who will say no to trading away Canadian jobs or the things we grow and build and ship? Who will stop them from bargaining with environmental protections just to protect corporate profits? Who will fight back when Mark Carney says we have to cut health care or pensions to keep investors happy? Who will stand up when Pierre Poilievre says you have to accept an American-style healthcare system where you pay more? Also, he can give tax breaks to billionaires. Only New Democrats can be trusted to look out for you. Donald Trump is showing us in real time what happens when billionaires and the people who work for them are in charge. Everything gets more expensive. Rights get stripped away, and regular people are left to clean up the mess, while the wealthy walk away richer. We don't need that here in Canada. We don't need that at all. We all know that we're in for a rough road ahead. Things are already tough. And at the end of the day, only New Democrats will fight to make sure you don't pay the price when things get harder. I'm running in this election to fight for you, not the billionaires. New Democrats have a strong and proud record of getting things done. When prices skyrocketed, we fought for relief. When people were laid off, we fought for jobs and better support. When corporate greed ran wild, we went after the billionaires like Galen Weston, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos. Because when families are struggling, when your job and livelihood is on the line, when prices are soaring, New Democrats choose you every time. The wealthy and powerful will never hand us change. They have too much to lose. Each victory for Canadians, for families, and for working and middle-class people, from pensions to public health care, was won because people like you fought for it. Billionaires don't stay rich by playing fair. They don't wake up one morning and decide to stop gouging you at the grocery store. They don't just decide to lower your rent or to raise your wages. That only happens when we demand it, when we fight for it, and when we win. Do not let the rich and powerful tell you that you deserve less. Do not let them convince you that in a time of crisis, you must sacrifice while they profit. Because when the storm hits, they won't feel it. They'll have golden parachutes, private clinics, and tax shelters. But for working and middle-class families, the only way life gets better is by standing together and electing leaders who will fight for you, not for the billionaires. That's what this election is about. That's what's at stake. We see what's happening in the U.S. Greed is tearing it apart. And those same forces are banging at our door. We can and we must fight back. We're not here to patch up a broken system for the next storm. We are here to rebuild it stronger, safer, and fairer for everyone. I believe that's worth fighting for. You are worth fighting for, and I'm in it for you. Thank you so much. Merci. Merci. Thank you. Thank you. Partout où je vais, les gens sont fatigués.
Everywhere where I go, people are tired and worried. They're losing hope that things will actually get better. They're worried about the impacts of Donald Trump and the fact that the ultra-rich have completely taken control of the United States. We do not want that to happen here. People do everything they need to do, but they can't pay their rent or fill their fridge. And in the meantime, large companies are making record profits. I got into politics because I was fed up with seeing people struggle, while rich CEOs are getting richer and richer. I'm here in front of you because I believe in Jack's dream, because I want to improve people's lives. Jack did not want us to be just the conscience of Parliament. He wanted us to form a government. He wanted us to bring together progressives from around the country so that in Ottawa we would be working finally for people and not for CEOs. And that is my dream, too. I don't want to be Prime Minister for Elon Musk or Galen Weston. I don't want to be Prime Minister for Brookfield and the big banks. I want to be Prime Minister for the workers of this country. In these tough times, that is what people need. Cynics will say that it isn't possible. And that's what I've been told all my life. That's what they said about the healthcare system. And Tommy Douglas and the NDP did it. That's what they said about dental care. And yet we did it. That's what they said about pharmacare. And again, we did it. That's what they said about the anti-scab law. And we did it. CEOs and millionaires had their governments. Now it's your turn. Governments in Ottawa are not working for you. And Mark Carney will not change that. He spent his entire career making rich CEOs even richer on the back of people. He was president of Brookfield when the company engaged in renovations. He lied about the environmental record of his company to make more money. He will continue to enrich already rich CEOs while people are struggling. Nobody's perfect, but it's a question of priorities, and Mark Carney has shown his priorities. His first promise was to cut taxes for millionaires, which means he'll cut jobs and services for the middle class. It's not surprising that he doesn't want to be transparent about his assets. He doesn't want you to know for whom he is working. Pierre Poilievre will cut services to the middle class to give more to billionaires. Cuts in healthcare at a time when the system is collapsing. Cuts in housing when, in fact, we need to build more housing. Cuts to employment insurance at a time when workers need protection. Cutting dental care when everything costs more. People will pay the price, and CEOs will pay less. And the Bloc will not protect Quebecers. In recent years, they have been completely useless, and I don't understand. Blanchet is always saying he will do what is good for Quebec, but he does precisely the opposite. He voted to cut dental care. He voted to block the funding of contraceptives and free medications for people who are diabetics. Two measures that are helping millions of Quebecers. And now he says he's ready to support Poilievre, a conservative government that will cut everything that Quebecers hold dear. How can that be good for Quebecers? So people will have a choice to make in this election. In these tough times, do you want members of parliament who will be there to protect and help rich CEOs, or new democratic members of parliament who will protect people and lower your bills? In the face of Donald Trump's threats, you need someone who will prioritize everyday Canadians, not someone who will give even more power to the elites. A new Democrat government will fight for a society where people work together to face challenges. We want a society where everyone can have a home, fill their fridge, and have time and money to take advantage of it. A free healthcare system that is there when you need it. We will protect our jobs, the French language, the Quebec culture, and our water, and everything that we hold dear against the attacks from Donald Trump and those who want to make Canada a country like the United States. In these last few years, the NDP has shown you that we are in it for you and that we are delivering for you and not for CEOs. And it's not over yet. Progress and change do not happen by themselves. We have to fight to arrive at change. The rich and elites will never allow us to change things. They have too much to lose. All the victories of workers in Canada have happened because people fought to get there. Together, we can stop accepting less. Together, let's build the country of our dreams. Thank you.
Merci, merci, merci. 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 Thank you. Thanks so much. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On va passer maintenant à la période de questions. We'll now take the media questions. We'll go with one question, one follow-up. Please tell me your name and your media.
Hi, I'm Christy Kirkup with the Globe and Mail. Mr. Singh, with all due respect, you are the most experienced federal leader, but you're going into this campaign considered the underdog. How is that possible?
Well, I'm very familiar and comfortable being an underdog. I think a lot of Canadians can relate to that. But what I'm looking at right now is I'm seeing a country where there's a lot of workers who are worried about losing their jobs. I hear people worried about the cost of living getting more expensive. And I know that folks like Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney would want nothing better than for the New Democrats to disappear. For us not to point out the fact that Mark Carney's first steps was to bring in a tax cut for millionaires at a time when he's promising also his plan is to cut services for people. And that Pierre Poilievre showed up to a factory where workers had just lost their job. And he proposes a tax cut for big business and nothing for those workers who lost their job. I'm sure they would want nothing other than for us to disappear and not point out those things. But news to them, we're not going anywhere. We're here and we're going to fight for people every single day.
And just as a follow-up, if I may just drill down on you. Again, it's your third campaign, so why are you deserving of a job promotion going into an election campaign with such weakened support?
Well, we've shown Canadians who were feeling really like a lot of struggle and worries that we can deliver for them. When people were saying that we can't afford to take care of our teeth, we delivered dental care. For folks that were telling us that they couldn't afford their medication, we delivered pharmacare. We've delivered for Canadians. And I want folks to know, in this time when there are serious threats to our country, we know that the other guys aren't in it for you. They've showed you their priorities. Mark Carney spent his career making rich people richer, and he's done it profiting off of the crisis, like the housing crisis. Pierre Poilievre, like Conservatives always do, wants tax cuts for his billionaire buddies and cut services for you and your family. If you want someone that's going to fight for you, that's always going to put you and your family first. Not the billionaires, not the CEOs, but you. That's us. That's New Democrats. And that's what we're going to show you every single day of this campaign.
Thank you very much. Next media.
Hi, Mr. Singh, Taria, Isri Global News. During your speech, you described Carney as an elitist and Poilievre as someone who cuts deals with billionaires. But poll after poll shows that their messages are resonating more than yours. So why do you think that is?
Well, this is an important election, and in this election, we're going to show Canadians the choices that they have. Mark Carney is already showing you now his priorities. What are some of the first things that he did once becoming Prime Minister? He did a flip-flop on capital gains, which is a tax cut that benefits mostly people who earn more than $1.4 million a year. He is prioritizing the people that he's always worked for his whole career. Not surprising. He has made rich people richer, and he's done it on the backs of working class folks. He's done it on the backs of the middle class folks. And so I want folks to know that. They need to know who he's in it for. And Pierre Poilievre, his plan is also one that's going to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut services for you. He's already said he's going to cut, his plan is to cut dental care. He wants to cut pensions. He's already put that plan forward. He wants to cut the things that you and your family need to give more to his billionaire buddies. We are different. We are proposing a plan. Our plan is to lower your bills, to take on the corporate grocery giants that jack up your prices, put in place a price cap on those food essentials, to ban corporations from buying up affordable homes. We are going to fight for you. Every day of this campaign, we're going to show you the choices that you have, and we're going to make it clear that New Democrats have your back and that we're in it for you.
You also seem to tie both Carney and Poilievre to Trump in their own ways, if I'm reading that correctly. Do you think both of those leaders are Trump-like in their own way, and is that part of your strategy in this campaign, to tie them to the U.S. president?
Well, let's be clear. Donald Trump has come out and endorsed Mark Carney. Elon Musk has endorsed Pierre Poilievre. I'm the only federal candidate that is 100% not endorsed by the Donald Trump administration.
Merci beaucoup. Prochain média, Radio-Canada.
En français, juste sur Donald.
Yes, in French on that. Yes.
Elon Musk has endorsed Pierre Poilievre. Donald Trump has endorsed Mark Carney. I'm the only candidate 100% not endorsed by anyone in the Donald Trump administration. Et en français, parce que j'ai hâte de répéter ça.
And in French, because I want to repeat this, it's important for people to know this. Mark Carney has been endorsed by Donald Trump. Elon Musk supports Pierre Poilievre, so I'm really the only candidate that has not been endorsed by the Donald Trump administration.
Première question. Bonjour, Juliane Lapointe de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Vous avez parlé dans votre discours du rêve.
In your speech, you talked about Jack Layton's dream, but right now, the only seat you have in Quebec is not even guaranteed in the next election. So what can you offer to Quebecers that is new to reverse that trend? Well, for both Quebecers and Canadians, we have a record. We have shown what we can do. We delivered for Quebecers. We're talking about dental care, for example. This is a program where more than 500,000 Quebecers received help. More than 1 million people in Quebec registered for that program. It's a program that the Liberals voted against a number of times. They resisted, and we forced the government to bring it in. The Conservatives voted against it. Even the Bloc Québécois voted against dental care. Even though this is a program that helps a lot of Quebecers, and a lot of them have registered for the program, but the Bloc voted against it. So the Bloc has shown that they are a completely useless party in Quebec. They have not delivered anything for people, and we have shown that we can deliver that support. We did that with pharmacare as well. We delivered for Quebecers. We have shown that with a clear record that we can not only talk about issues, but actually make concrete gains for people's lives. So in terms of something new, I guess we'll see in the campaign. Oh, yes, of course. We will be making proposals. Now, this is your third campaign, but looking at the numbers in the polls right now, this is a beginning where we're seeing something happening that only happened decades before. How can you convince Canadians that you are still the right person to lead the party and get your message across? Well, if you're afraid right now because of this trade war with Donald Trump's threats, if you're worried about your job, you think it may be at risk, if you're worried that the cost of living will go up, if you're afraid that the only solutions that you're going to hear from Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre help the ultra-rich and don't help you and your family, well, we are your option, because we have shown that every decision that we make is to help everyday Canadians.
That is NDP leader Jagmeet Singh launching his campaign here in the nation's capital. We're going to take you now to Montreal. Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking to reporters, making his pitch to Quebecers about why he can defend their interests in this moment. Let's listen.
Thinking to myself that I was pretty happy that this election campaign is beginning. Now, this is not an advertisement. This is not a warning to my adversaries, but they shouldn't have done this in the spring. Now we are absolutely ready to take on this campaign. We're happy to see this begin. Now, this is a serious environment because the President of the United States against Canada and Mexico and all its trade partners is bringing in policies that multiply the threats and are spreading fear, and he seems to be loving that. that. He seems to love to see that people are afraid. And in addition to the trade issues, of course, we cannot forget about the license that he has given Israel to again bomb Gaza, and the license that he seems to be giving to Russian dictators who are hitting at Ukraine. And people here in Quebec are afraid to lose their jobs. They're afraid to lose their business. And the owner of a dairy farm may be wondering today whether a new trade agreement, which I can't possibly call a free trade agreement at this time, with that agreement, whether he'll still be able to operate a dairy farm. So in this environment full of trade threats, obviously that will be at the center of this campaign. And the issue is about who? What are we going to talk about? Obviously, we'll talk about the auto industry, oil from the West, and in the middle of this campaign, and I'm not sure that's been the case thus far, we will need to talk about Quebec companies, Quebec workers, seniors in Quebec, and those people will have to sense that in the context of a potential negotiation, we are offering them a sense of security that's well documented and well built. Now, in that context, I feel like disposing of that issue, the issue of Canadian sovereignty. You know, the freedom and the economy of Canada are very precious to all Canadians, just as the freedom and the economy of Quebec are very precious to Quebecers. And we cannot avoid saying that we're talking about two different nations here. And I think we need to behave like allies. I remind you that Quebec and Canada can be the allies of Quebec. And there is a current in Europe right now which prompts us to act as allies to other countries that are dealing with Donald Trump. And I still call him a president because in spite of that, I don't think we can call him the President of the United States and be too familiar in that regard. But allies are equals. Allies make sure that the members of the alliance are heard and listened to. And I'm not hearing today what is needed or what it will take for Quebec to be in good hands if we entrust our destiny. I won't try to minimize the importance of a negotiation here, but if we limit our destiny to questions taken by others. In other words, why not ensure that decisions about Quebecers will be made by other Quebecers? And having that in mind, I think it's absolutely critical that subjects that have not been addressed thus far, mentioned here and there. Oh, no, don't worry about that kind of thing. But I want to remind people of the importance for the prosperity and the jobs in Quebec, the importance of lumber, the importance of supply management. How can we not focus on the importance of arts and culture in Quebec? They define who we are, and they have incredible economic weight, including all the other sectors. Aluminum, of course, which exists practically only in Quebec because the U.S. produces very little. Coastal fisheries in the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands. Strategic minerals. The phosphate reserves, the most significant ones, are in Quebec. And transportation, electrification. We're not talking about that. We're talking about bringing Western oil across the country, thinking that will be good for Quebec, but there's been no demonstration of that thus far. And I don't think Quebec should get involved in that very costly project. I think people will have to admit that it will be very costless in terms of the environment. Clean energy, the alternative to the pipeline they want to put across Quebec, the aerospace industry, which is emblematic in Quebec because it is very fully integrated in supply chain, as much as the auto industry. You can talk about the other one when you talk about the first one. And I think it's important to remember that. And I want to remember that we want to take a positive attitude and a cooperative attitude. And I do hope that Quebecers will appreciate this, perhaps because in this third election for the Bloc, people can be more serene knowing what we've done thus far. And people speaking for the Bloc are well known and of good character, but I want to say that I don't think that fear will work with Quebecers this time. Quebecers are in a situation where fear doesn't scare them anymore. Quebecers and Quebec will be moving ahead by remaining a nation built on the French language, on its specific values, and its model of welcoming immigrants to Quebec. And now we're seeing the spectrum of the Century Initiative come forward, and that's no reason to be happy. And I think the same has to do with the fact that Quebec is very different, and we need to be able to express ourselves and be prosperous and be partners on the condition that we are able to express our own voice to Canada and Mexico, and if there's a new agreement such as the one we have with Europe. So we are very enthusiastic in seeing finally the beginning of this election campaign, which is fortunately happening in spring, and I would like us to be together in saying at the end of the campaign and throughout the campaign that in spite of all that and for all that, I am choosing Quebec. Thank you.
Nous allons maintenant passer à la période des questions. Une question principale, une question de suivi. Simplement vous nommer de même que le nom de votre média.
Bonjour, M. Blanchet, Michel Sabat, La Presse canadienne.
La Presse canadienne.
Avez-vous, comme votre candidat Denis Trudel,
like your candidate Denis Trudel, more afraid of the Liberals than Mr. Trump? Well, we're not an authoritarian party. There's a wide diversity of opinions in our party. In his riding, he may be more concerned about the Liberals. He'll do his own analysis, and there are other ridings where they'll be more afraid of Conservatives. I mean, we're not afraid because we're going to be gobbled up by everyone. Everyone's making their own calculations, and I think each person has her own opinion or his own opinion. And at the end of this exercise, generally, we come out stronger and smarter. But do you sense that the Liberals are taking votes away from you? Why not launch your campaign in the national capital of Quebec? Well, I'm not launching my campaign. I'm responding to the launch of the campaign, which is starting tomorrow in Quebec City. I knew you would like that. Having said that, the Liberals cannot take votes from the Bloc because blocs belong to no one. Votes belong to the voters when they put an X on their paper, and as long as the X is not on the paper, there is no vote. So we will bring in votes because people will hear from us, they will see us, and we hope to inspire their confidence as we do in every campaign, and we'll see at the end who has power or the balance of power. Radio-Canada, you're saying that Quebecers will not cede to the argument, the fear argument. Are you accusing Mr. Carney of engaging in a campaign of fear? No, I'm speaking in general, but I can go back to that point as well. Generally, what we've seen on the U.S. is mainly intimidation and the stupidity of the 51st state and so forth. And at the beginning, and Mr. Trudeau said this, what was the term he said? He said the U.S. wanted to absorb Canada. And I found that to be ridiculous, but we sensed there was a desire to use people's insecurity to say, okay, come and support our hero. You don't know who he is, but it's going to be fine. So we're not as much in that dynamic now. You know, Quebec has seen people use fear before. And so, no, I'm not worried about that argument. And generally, we bring forward reason in the space of, in the presence of fear. Now, you're talking about the ballot box issue, about who will stand up against Trump, but then you're talking about who will protect the Quebec economy. Don't you think it will be tough to make that argument compared to Mr. Carney saying he will cut taxes? Isn't that more of a sub-question? You're pretty limited in a way. Well, there are a couple of things I want to say about that. If there was a sub-ballot box question, it would be as though you're saying, well, that's already been decided. In other words, is it Poilievre or is it Carney? It's as though you're asking me to say whether I prefer to exist between the other two. No, we're not basing our campaign on who's the nicest or the best or the smartest or who goes to mass. That's not what a campaign is about. A campaign is about ideas. Everyone has their own personal freedom and their own personal preferences. The campaign must be based on concrete issues. When people say, okay, well, don't worry about don't worry about supply management. Now, Mr. Carney is taking pieces of slogans as well. But what we need are concrete measures. And you'll see that every single day in this campaign, the Bloc will come forward with specific proposals, well-documented proposals, specific measures, which I hope will force the colleagues from the other political parties to develop what they're proposing, because I'm very wary, and I invite Quebecers to also be wary of giving people a blank check. Elect me without I've committed to doing anything in particular, and afterwards I'll do whatever I want, because I'll be able to say I never said I wasn't going to do that. And with two adversaries, Mr. Poilievre, we don't know what his real platform is, even though we've seen him skating on the same ice for some time. But Mr. Carney, really, we don't know anything about him. We know very little about him to say, it's okay, people said you were good, so we're going to fight for you. Now, of course, Quebecers have the right to do that, but my job and the job of everyone here and others who are not here today is really to force Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre to reveal a platform on which people can make choices. I remember my first years in politics in '87 with the return of Jacques Parizeau, who wasn't trying to get a free mandate without saying what he was going to do. He talked about a political program, and he introduced it and enforced it. And that brought us to power in Quebec and brought us very, very close to independence. Hello, Mr. Blanchet, Le Devoir. How are you? Yes, I'm very, very well, thank you. I have a question about a threat that you identified in your comments earlier, the tariffs from the U.S. In such a context, don't you think that voters will be more inclined to vote for a national party to stand up to Trump and his threats than for a party like the Bloc Québécois? Well, we are what more national party is there than the Bloc? Well, you're not present across the country. Yes, that's true, because the Quebec nation is not present across the country. But the Bloc Québécois is the most national party that exists in Canada. But once again, I mean, that's not even original. If what is being proposed is good for Quebec, we will cooperate, and we may even cooperate to the point where they can't do anything without us. Because it is possible, there are people who are smarter than me who are saying that we may end up in a minority parliament, and who think that we might hold the balance of power, not 25, but 40 of us. So if Quebecers give themselves that opportunity, and the certainty that Quebec's economic interests, which are very different from those of the rest of Canada, just as its culture is, Quebecers will say, well, we have nothing to lose to have our own voice that will ensure that our interests are protected. But can we and do we want to take the risk of not protecting ourselves against the risk that Mr. Carney or Mr. Poilievre, who today mentioned nothing about economic issues in Quebec? When I say that I am, when I speak, I know I'm speaking to thousands of Quebecers. When I talk about supply management, I'm speaking to thousands of Quebecers and farmers. When I talk about the aerospace industry, I know I'm speaking to thousands of workers in that industry. So it's something very concrete. And I'm talking about real people who are afraid of their jobs, and nobody is saying to them today, oh, don't worry, we're going to look specifically after you, except the Bloc Québécois, a very national party. I also want to talk about sovereignty. I heard the word pronounced only once, but it was in relation to Canada. Yes, but I used the word independence as well, just once. And so I'm wondering, are you going to be talking about Quebec sovereignty during your campaign? No one doubts independence for Quebec. But if you think that the Bloc Québécois is going to organize a referendum on that, well, the fact is that as people who support independence, we have a chance to ensure that the economic system is something that works for us, because Donald Trump has shown the people that he promised a whole bunch of stuff, that he's going to do certain things, because he doesn't want to lose control. Now, we want to ensure that those midterm elections are behind us, and that activists in the Bloc can help the Parti Québécois to elect sovereigntists, and once there are sovereigntists in Quebec, I imagine that Paul will be establishing his strategy, and we will support it. So the people who are in the best position to set the table, I mean, they may be saying, we want Quebecers to lose their jobs so they'll be angry in order to vote for sovereignty. I've never thought that that was the case. I think people have to have confidence in themselves. They have to be confident in terms of the idea of sovereignty, because they have behaved responsibly. And when the big question comes up, they'll be saying, we're going to trust those people. So our job is to ensure that there is that confidence and that trust inspired.
Your party was leading or dominant in polls in Quebec right up to the resignation of Justin Trudeau, and you seem to have sort of slumped behind the Liberals since then. What will you do to reinsert yourself into this conversation about who is best to tackle Donald Trump's economic threats?
I read Newton. What goes up goes down. If that's good for me, that's good for Mr. Carney. Let's see.
Okay. And you've been talking about pipelines a lot and how they have no place in Quebec. This is not new for you. You've talked about this a lot. Recently, Quebec Premier François Legault started saying that maybe public opinion in Quebec is shifting on this issue, and he would be ready to start talking about pipelines if there is a broader social acceptability on this. Why do you think he started saying this? And I guess, why don't you agree with him? Because it's clear you don't.
There are so many reasons why I do not agree. I can repeat them easily because this is such a bad idea. It came very fast and under the pretext of trade between provinces in Canada. This has nothing to do with trade between provinces in Canada because there was no debate about trade between provinces in Canada when we refused that in 2015. And it's exactly the same project with the same goals. The idea for Western Canada is to unlock Canadian oil and gas in order to have the price of Canadian oil and gas go higher and reach the same level of price as oil and gas from anywhere else in the world. One of the first things that this would do, by the way, is make the gas at the pump more expensive in Quebec because the drum, the barrel will be more expensive here also because they don't give us oil and gas. We pay for it the same price as anybody else does. And we just had a study released showing the enormous price. We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family, each household, to pay for the damages of climate change, which some people, both other leaders, seem to believe that do not exist, cost nothing. So the idea is, please, help us exploit oil and gas from Western Canada that will give you nothing. And then when the bill comes about the cost of climate change, you will also pay the bill of climate change. There's nothing for Quebec in that. And when you speak about energy, selling energy, for Quebec, it's not from west to east, it's from north to south. And what we sell to our American friends in New England is clean energy, is green energy. And this is much more the future of Quebec than any other form of energy. In 2023, about $30 billion were generously given to the oil and gas industry, which does not need it. 7 of those billions of dollars came from the pockets of families in Quebec. And this money was not spent in our economy, in clean energy, in agriculture or aluminum or lumberwood or innovation, research, high technology. Why would we spend that much money for Western Canada in order to pay twice for the same thing, if not 3 times?
Thank you. Bonjour, Mike Armstrong, The Global. The other party leaders seem to be
Okay, that is the Bloc leader, Yves-François Blanchet, launching his campaign in Montreal. Well, he said actually this isn't a launch. This is his response to the campaign starting. His launch will be, I believe, in Quebec City tomorrow. Be more of a rally type situation. We also obviously heard from the NDP leader and Conservative and Liberal leaders. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about what the last 2 leaders, Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchet, said. Mr. Blanchet really positioning himself as the person and the party who can best defend Quebec in this particular moment in time. And Jagmeet Singh, David, really trying to find, as we've been talking about, some space there to talk about anything that might grab the attention of voters.
Yeah, this is very much an election with a big focus on the economy because of the tariff threats from Donald Trump. And Singh is looking to find a way into that conversation, an economic message. And instead of having sort of industrial policy and economic policy to put in the window, he's making sort of a class argument that he's there for ordinary Canadians. He's there for the working people. So while people may look at Pierre Poilievre or Mark Carney and say, who do they want sitting across the table from Donald Trump in negotiations? Singh is making an argument he belongs at the bigger table defending the interests of ordinary Canadians, saying he's not in it for the billionaires, which is a good political play because there are only about 100 billionaires in Canada. It's not a big voting
Probably not
coalition.
voting for Mr. Singh.
No, and it's not enough of them to even win a single seat. But, you know, what you saw there with Mr. Blanchet and with Mr. Singh is if this election keeps polarizing between the Conservatives and the Liberals, those parties get squeezed, right?
Yeah.
You know, the NDP unlikely to form government, Singh unlikely to be Prime Minister. The Bloc, you know, that the argument the Liberals always make in Quebec politics, the Conservatives won't do it, the Bloc can't do it. That's the challenge he's kind of facing right now in this, at least the early days of this election.
Yeah, I will say Chantal Hébert said this past week that the Bloc is probably in a better position than the NDP, frankly, because they can play to some of the special concerns that Quebecers have. All right, so day one, where are we at here in terms of what people should be thinking about through the next 5 weeks?
Well, look, the two frontrunners are obviously the incumbent Liberals and the opposition Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre tried to present himself sort of a softer guy today and reminding Canadians that all of the issues they were mad about under Prime Minister Trudeau are issues that are still unresolved under Prime Minister Carney, making the point that this is just the Liberals seeking their first mandate. It has been a lost decade under them, and just changing the leader isn't a real change. And that's what he wants voters to think about, you know, when they do vote on April 28th. Mark Carney, though, is laying out an argument that he is changed and points to the big moves he's made in terms of the policy front and announcements he's made in the little over a week that he's been Prime Minister. In tone and in substance and in focus and in style and in resume, he's also making the argument that he is the steady, positive change you want, drawing the distinction, the contrast with Mr. Poilievre, who did not use the Canada is broken line today, I do not believe, but that has been his mantra for a long period of time. That's the sharp contrast the Liberals want there, that, we agree with you that these are problems in this country. He didn't explain away things like housing and other things the way the Trudeau Liberals would, you know, compared to other countries. He said, it's a problem. We need to fix it. Let's go.
And it's really a question of, is this the ballot box question really about Donald Trump, or is it about cost of living, or is it about both? And who can win that argument? Thank you, David, as usual. Glad you've been here with me all day. You, of course, have been watching special CBC coverage. This is day one of the federal election campaign. I'm Rosemary Barton here with David Cochran. Please stay tuned to CBC News for all of your election news at CBCNews.ca as well. Lots of information and tools there for you to check out online. I'll have a special edition of At Issue tonight on the National. Adrian is hosting a special road show from St. John, New Brunswick. She will be doing that through the election campaign to try and connect with all of you. Power and Politics every weekday for the latest news and analysis from the campaign trail. Thank you for watching this CBC News special of Canada Votes. The election begins. We can't wait. Join us whenever you can. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks.
Their messages and their policies, looking to win over Canadian voters. CBC's Karina Roman has been watching all of the day's developments, and there's so much to go over. She's joining us now from Ottawa. So, Karina, let's begin at the beginning, which is how this whole process gets started. Let's begin with Liberal Party leader Mark Carney and what he had to say today.
So Mark Carney, as you saw there, actually had a new announcement to make today, which is, although he had promised a middle tax cut, we didn't know how that would look. So he's saying it's, as you heard there, 1% of the lowest tax bracket. There'll be a deduction of 1%. So we're starting day one with announcements already. But yes, the leaders are, including Mark Carney, I believe he's already gotten on the Liberal plane, and the other leaders are on buses and planes as well. And where they head will make significant signals to where they think the battlegrounds are. Carney he says he wants to give back to the country that gave him everything, that he wants to return opportunity to a younger generation that is struggling. And he talked about the challenges Canada faces. These are well-known: housing, affordability, infrastructure. He talked about how much he, as Prime Minister, and his government have accomplished just in the 9 days that he's been Prime Minister, shoring up foreign alliances, military moves, internal trade, tax cuts, and he says he wants a strong mandate to finish that job. Have a listen to what Carney had to say.
The first is that you've seen a change in approach and action. It's not words, but action. And I think one of the things that I would emphasize is that I recognize, and my government recognizes, the need to act dramatically and act rapidly to build an economy that's strong for Canada, to control what we can control, to build for us and by us.
He also took aim at his main rival, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, saying that it's easy to be negative when you've never fixed something, when you've never built something. But Pierre Poilievre says that the Liberals are just putting on a mask and that real change starts with him and the Conservatives. So have a listen to what Pierre Poilievre said.
To the struggling single mother who worries how she will feed her kids, hope is on the way. To the 35-year-old still living in mom's basement but dreaming of owning his own place and starting a family, change is on the way. To the seniors choosing between eating and heating. And to all those who wonder what happened to the country that they knew and love, change and hope are both on the way.
But of course, Natasha, while this was set to be a change election, everyone now sees it as an election about who could best stand up to Donald Trump. The threat of tariffs actually aren't just a threat, they're already a reality, the threat to Canada's sovereignty. And so, of course, both leaders there, Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, talking about Donald Trump, how they would stand up to the U.S. and defend Canada. They've both faced questions about that as well. So very much a theme. Mark Carney saying that while Canada and Canadians are over the shock of the betrayal, that lessons have been learned and we know what we have to do to keep Canada strong. You've got Pierre Poilievre saying that he, despite accusations of being in sync with Donald Trump or being like Donald Trump or admiring Donald Trump, says he's very different than Donald Trump, has very different ideas, and that Canada's sovereignty is also important to him. That will be very much likely what we will hear as we hear today. As they start today, they mean to go forward.
And it's so interesting because listening to Carney, repeatedly he used the word positive. I need a strong, positive mandate from Canadians. And so you can kind of get your head around what strong means in terms of numbers. But positive is a very specific point, I think, towards his competition with Pierre Poilievre and how he's trying to position himself as an alternative. All of the party leaders are presenting themselves as the change candidate, which is odd since he's coming in as the Liberal leader now. But let me talk to you about someone who often is saying, look, we're the real option for change, which is the NDP, led by Jagmeet Singh. He, of course, also launched his campaign today. What did we hear from him?
Well, they know and they acknowledge that the polls don't look very good for them, that they're struggling, as they often do in a federal election, to get attention, to be heard, to stand out. Jagmeet Singh, the leader, did acknowledge that often, and this is something actually having been on several campaigns, the NDP often says it's not just a choice between the Liberals and the Conservatives, that the NDP are a real choice. And for those who are on the left or the progressives, instead of being afraid of Pierre Poilievre and making them go to Mark Carney, they don't have to go to Mark Carney. They can go to the NDP if that's what their fear is. So have a little bit of a listen to what Jagmeet Singh had to say.
But this is like being told you have to pick between a leaky house, a house with a leaky roof, or a cracked foundation. One patched together with empty conservative slogans, the other rotting from the inside after years of Liberals protecting the most wealthy. Now, those houses are not the same, but neither will hold up when the storm hits, because neither was built for you. People will tell you in this election that it's about who can negotiate with Donald Trump. I'm here to tell you the real question is, who will make sure you and the things that you care about are not on the table?
So the NDP, knowing what it faces, often says, in fact, they always say they are used to being the underdog, they're used to having an uphill battle, and that they're ready for that fight this election.
CBC's Karina Roman in Ottawa. Thank you, Karina.
You're welcome.
Liberal leader Mark Carney will be campaigning in St. John's later in the day. CBC's Brett Ruskin has more on some of the key issues affecting Atlantic Canada.
Atlantic Canadians care a lot about the same things that other Canadians do. Housing is one. Atlantic Canada has some of the fastest growing cities in the country. Taking a look at Charlottetown, PEI, Moncton, New Brunswick, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Here in Halifax, it's one of the fastest growing cities over the last couple of years. More people means more needs for housing, housing availability, housing affordability. So it'll be interesting to see what types of promises federal leaders make in terms of what levers the federal government could pull at that level of jurisdiction to entice and to create more housing opportunities. Another topic, defense spending. There was recently the announcement of the latest $8 billion in the federal shipbuilding project coming to Halifax to help build the River-class destroyers, this new class of vessel that's being built here in Halifax. It has meant lots of jobs, lots of economic prosperity for various parts of Halifax. Meanwhile, over in New Brunswick, there's CFB Gagetown, the second largest military facility in the country. Lots of jobs out there in the Oromocto area, in Fredericton. And then you take a look at CFB Greenwood, an important air base. That's going to be the East Coast area, the East Coast center and hub for Canada's new drone fleet, that $2.5 billion project that's coming online after 2028. So lots to talk about there, but probably the main topic of discussion is how Canada is going to deal with the tariff war, how Canada is going to deal with the United States. So each region has their own industry that could be most affected. Here on the East Coast, we're looking at forestry. Lots of the forestry sector products go south of the border. Fisheries as well. Lots of seafood goes south of the border to that customer, the American customer there. The other main customer is China. There was recently a blow dealt for that market, with China announcing a 25% additional tariff on Canadian seafood heading that way. So kind of a double hit against the seafood sector. It's going to be interesting to watch to see if there are job losses in the fishery sector, whether or not there's going to be support offered by the federal government or by the federal parties during this campaign. Also, interprovincial trade. Interprovincial trade been talked a lot about here by Atlantic premiers. Nova Scotia has introduced legislation that could decrease some of the barriers between provinces in terms of the trade. And last week, New Brunswick Premier Susan Holt talked about creating an Atlantic zone of free trade here, talking about if we could remove all the trade barriers for the Atlantic zone as a start towards nationwide interprovincial free trade. So lots on the minds of voters here on the East Coast. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Halifax.
We're going to have much more campaign coverage for you just ahead. But first, we also went out there to ask Canadians what are the most important issues for them in this election. Have a listen to what some of them had to say.
Trump's, I think, are a real threat to Canada. We need to unite and make sure we're protecting ourselves and being strong towards that. So that's, I think, the key at the moment for this election.
So currently for me, the most important thing is school, as I am finishing my degree and I'm starting to the workforce, so the ability for students to be able to find a job afterwards and be able to repay their student loans because we're heavily in debt afterwards.
Well, mainly the only thing I really care about is affordability, groceries through the roof.
Hopefully people have more money in their pockets, right? I think that's what everybody needs right now.
I think more so like inflation and cost of living in Canada at the moment.
I'm waiting to see what each of the platforms are and see which one resonates most strongly with me.